to see, but it's one that works for him. And at the end of the day, all that matters is that it's important to him. It doesn't have to be important to anyone else. And that's his method. Not everybody can play like Viv Richards. His game really has been built on accumulation of runs, and he does it very well for Barbados.
Well, there you have it, youngsters. Find your way as it pertains to occupation of the crease. And it's true, because when we think about just how the longer format of the game has developed and transformed, almost, there are different styles and new styles that are now creeping in to the techniques used. So yes, there are still one or two batters who take their time, occupy the crease, and nudge and nurdle. They're having guys who are looking to accelerate from ball one now, as well in the longer format.
Absolutely, man. These days, most players coming into the game want to play more shots. A big reason for that is the fact that, there are some lucrative offers out there to play white ball cricket if you can actually hit the ball beyond the boundary, so to speak. So, that's what people want to do right now. Craig is very much an old-fashioned player, and it will be difficult for him to change his style to be that type of player. Where he's trying to hit sixes, I don't think his makeup would allow him to do that. And if he did actually try, I think it would destroy what he has got in his game. So, but most youngsters, and it's what you grew up with. When I was a kid growing up, it was all Test cricket. So, you try to learn from those Test cricketers. Now, the youngsters growing up, it's white ball cricket. So, that's what they want to do.
4 runs from that McKenny Clark over. It's 369 for 3.
So at the end of the 23rd over, Barbados point in the first innings 369 for 3. Richards on 10, Brathwaite on 154. 150. Craig Brathwaite coming off 249 balls, 379 minutes with 14 fours.
Not the best effort there from Teddy Bishop. Should have been able to cut off that one. Umpire Wright just asking Matara to watch it with his follow through, find his way off of that danger area. You also start to see a bit of wear and tear now developing on that surface with those bowlers follow throughs, and just wonder how much they might become a factor as we head deeper into this game. I think about the likes of a Jamal Warrican, who's going to have to bowl at some stage.
Yes, that rough outside the left-hander's off stump will be of interest to Warrican. It could be quite significant later on in the game.
Umpire Wright just having another walk down the middle. Two runs from it, 371 for 3.
Yeah, better over there by Matara. Started to get the ball up in the air. First over just a little bit too short. You can understand him being a little bit stiff coming in this morning after a long ball yesterday, but that second over was much better.
Certainly much better from him in terms of the areas that he's landing. And from here now, you just begin to think about, okay, what's the right pace that he needs to bowl on this surface. A bit of breeze coming across the ground, seen there by the shirt of Craig Brathwaite just fluttering, but it's still quite hot out there in the middle.
Tired shot there by Craig. No foot movement, just throw his hands at the ball. End up coming across it with the bottom hand.
Yeah, it's just so interesting you mentioned it being a tired shot. The follow-up also looked a bit tired as well. You just wonder with regards to fatigue levels. Batted all day yesterday. And the thing about these day-night fixtures is that, yeah, you get some rest at night, but when you think about the morning, it's not really a chance to sleep in terms of the timing of the game. Still have to get up, move a bit, do one or two things, and then find yourself, oh crap, it's cricket time.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand Craig spent every minute of the game on the field yesterday. He batted the whole day. That's a tremendous feat. It needs a lot of stamina, a lot of concentration. And at the end of it, your body's going to be tired. Your mind's going to be tired. So I will not be at all surprised until, maybe he's batted for 40 minutes today that the body starts to move again. Before then, he may be, as he is right now, a little bit static.
If we look at a Westies Academy perspective for a second, we just take a quick comparison between how they started with ball yesterday and today. Things a lot more on point, you would say, closer to what they did in that final session, in fact. But the first session of the day, things were here, there, and everywhere at some stage, and they took a while to get themselves into things. This morning, though, or rather this afternoon, things look a little different at the start.
Well, this situation obviously is totally different. Yesterday was a brand new ball, and with a new ball, you're trying to get wickets. I think today, they realised the situation that they're in. And it's not a situation of hunting wickets every ball. It's about, getting balls in good area, restricting the scoring, and then trying to fiddle a batsman up here and there. So they're not going to be over-attacking in terms of the lengths that they bowl. They're going to try to bowl, fairly straight back of a length. Try not to give the batsman too much room. But with the new ball, you try to pitch it up, swing it, and in pitching it up, there's always a risk of getting driven as well. But I think today the plans are going to be totally different.
.373 for 3. Swept nicely around the corner and should have the legs to be the first boundary of day number 2.
Yeah, first really loose delivery outside the leg stump. Nicely put away by Richards.
Yeah, I didn't have to do too much there. Just the line alone of it from Matara. He just had to help it around the corner. I was always going to run down that hill towards that fine leg area. Much better. That's where he was in over number 2 that he bowled today, and that's where he wants to be consistently, Matara. Slightly flatter on that occasion from Matara. Just one delivery left in the over. He's pulled back well since that first boundary. And he completes it well. 378 for 3.
Yeah, slow progress by Barbados, but that's not the point. What is important is that they keep wickets in hand. Then they can always accelerate the scoring rate as they go along. And already 378 on the board, so I would expect Barbados will bat until well into the afternoon, unless they get bowled out. And certainly look to be bowling at the academy on the lights with that brand new pink ball.
Yeah, that tactic certainly could come into play from Barbados Pride. Things looked a little different under the lights from the academy seamers last night, and they'll be hoping something similar can be for them. So a lot to discuss tactically as we make our way into day number 2 here, as Barbados Pride seemingly look as if they're setting up a game whereby they could potentially only bat once in this one. First short ball of the morning, but protection out at deep square leg. That tactic was actually one that was utilized by the West Indies Academy heading into that session number 2, and very early in session number 3 as well, where they opted to go for the short ball towards the likes of Brathwaite and Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, they had to try something. Basically, the pitch is pretty flat, so the traditional line in length was not working, so certainly had to mix it up.
At one stage, you thought maybe it might have worked as well, because there were 2 close chances for Craig Brathwaite, just down the leg side and towards the man at 45, one to the left and one to the right of him. You thought just maybe that could have been the moment for them. Since then, though, Brathwaite settled back in and took the attack to them until pretty much the Pacers got tired of bowling those short deliveries.
Yes, the academy just really waiting for something to happen. Really needs an inspired spell of ball in from someone just to pick up 1 or 2 wickets. At this moment, doesn't look that way.
Yeah, certainly not looking that way at all. With how easy both Richards and Brathwaite have looked at the start of play. They've been able to just help the score tick over at the start of play. Solid in defence to close out 97. It's 382 for 3. A change of bowling, first change of the morning. Joshua Bishop, the left-arm spinner who picked up the first wicket, is coming back into the attack now from the end that he started at yesterday.
Joshua Bishop, this is Islam Matara at the bottom of our leg.
Dances down nicely, Brathwaite. Execution at its finest.
Yeah, first aggressive intent by Craig Brathwaite, using his feet to that second delivery and lofting it over the infield. Haven't seen him play many of those shots, but I think when you've been in for so long and you've got so many runs like he has, makes it a lot easier to play that type of shot.
A lot of risk in that one to get towards deep mid-wicket. And could challenge that boundary as well, just pulled back inside. Allows him to get back for 3 though.
Yeah, just pulled down by Joshua Bishop. Not getting the length right. Craig Brathwaite didn't time it well, but there's a huge gap between mid-wicket and deep square legs, so
Good early call there by Richard, recognizing Jagasar was a little deep at mid-off, also a little flat-footed as well in the approach. A single to complete it. 391 for 3.
Yeah, I think Bishop needs to slow it up a bit. He's a little bit too quick at the moment. Just getting through his action very quickly. Just getting the ball to hurry. But he needs to just slow it up a bit. Give it a chance to get up above the eye line of the batter.
Richards has started the day well. Overnight on 6. And has now progressed to 21. A change of bowling is going to be Johan Lane into the attack now, replacing McKenny Clark. Joined now by Andrew Mason. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you. Joel, are you well?
As well as can be. I had my fruits this morning, a bit of exercise, and now I'm here.
Indeed, yes. Not necessarily in that order.
Definitely not in that order.
Very good performance by the Barbados team so far. Brathwaite has been brilliant. Doesn't give his hand away at all. And with visions of making a double century, of course, he made 277, highest at this level. Tremendous cricketer. Good to see him back in form again. And he's got a good partner, young Richards, who would have come into the Barbados team last year. And in fact, when he played against the academy, saw the academy beat Barbados and lost out on what? $250,000 US. Wow.
Gets through the gap. And that will be a boundary for Richards. Not necessarily in control, but the result still favors him.
Yeah, it was full. And as you said, through the gap, gully and slip. And very fast outfield here at Kensington. Barbados are doing very, very well. And we'll want to bat one, say one would suggest, because, you know, given the start that they've had, maybe 500. And the academy batting perhaps, you know, the 6 o'clock time, 7 o'clock. It was a little bit difficult for Barbados yesterday. I think the thing for them, Joe, was that they only lost 2 wickets, because you 10 in that period to lose wickets under the lights.
Yeah, things certainly looked a little different, especially from the academy seamers under the lights. And in talking to Roland Butcher, it's a case of maybe, you know, Barbados probably will be setting up something similar in terms of batting themselves deep towards that twilight period and having a good burst at the academy under the lights.
And they're just 4 runs away from 400, so it represents a position of command here at Kensington Oval. The conditions are good. Lovely breeze coming across the ground as well.
This time, can't get it through. 396 for 3.
So Joshua Bishop will continue the attack. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome Hendy Wallace. Hello, Hendy. Nice to see you. Are you well?
Good afternoon, Andrew, and good afternoon to our viewers. I'm fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And you should be. Brathwaite continues to look very good indeed. Last time I had a little peek at the game in Guyana, a gentleman that you know very well, Kyle Corbin, was on 93. What a performance from Kyle Corbin.
I suppose he categorizes now as a veteran.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one with immense ability. In fact, when he played at the youth level in Barbados, made a lot of runs, and actually people felt he would have even gone on all the way. That didn't happen. And you know, there were a lot of people beginning to wonder why is it that he was actually in the side. But he's come, and he's come very good against the defending champions. Well done to him.
Well, you always see these teams like CCC and the Academy as primarily developmental. And you have persons like Corbin who has quite a bit of experience, quite a few years being involved, can aid the development of these teams. So it's good to see that he's just not making up a number, he's also contributing.
Well, just had another peak. He's gone to 96 now, and it's 357 for 8. So that represents a pretty strong position for them against a side that battered, clobbered, and licked Barbados in the first round, the defending champions. But just checking the chat, Kyle Corbin looking really solid. And we know he's got the ability, playing a lot for the CCC. So let's hope he gets his 100, Hendy.
Yeah, that'd be nice to cap it all off, all the hard work. As they say, you very rarely remember the 90s, but hundreds are the things that stand out. And this man on strike is the one that really epitomizes that. You know, certainly in my role as chairman, we always said that there's one player you don't have to ask to play for Barbados, and that was Craig Brathwaite. Whenever he was available, he was always keen to represent the pride. And similarly with his club, you know, whenever he's back from international duty, he's always willing to turn up for his club.
Yeah. And that's so good. You think of people like Courtney Walsh who will come back and play regional cricket. You know, you're right. Nowadays, they don't. And I suppose it has really contributed to the fallen standards. People coming back from county cricket in England would want to come back and represent the country. That doesn't happen a lot. But of course, things have changed, Hendy.
Well, they've got busy schedules as
Very
well
busy.
to maximize their revenue earning ability.
Well said.
The amount of franchises around the world now. If you get a player who's in his 30s or approaching 30, he may see it as a more viable option to go out there and earn some money in the leagues. So the young players like Richards, for instance, who's obviously looking to seize this opportunity to put his name, let's say, in the hat. We often want to see what our batting resources are like in the Caribbean. So young players like Richards, who's just coming into the team, players on this academy side, like Lane, you know, he wants to impress here. We've heard a little bit about him for a while. And you talk about, you know, impressing, and for me, fast bowling is, I look to see what a bowler has to offer when you face situations like these. The score is a 398 for 3. You know, what has he got to offer? We always say that many people impress with the new ball when they play for their respective clubs or whatever, but the ball is only new for one ball.
Yep.
I need to see what you have to offer thereafter. And I would think that these guys, when they had the discussions last night, the bowlers I'm sure the bowling coach would have identified what worked well for them yesterday. They got much better, in my view, in the two sessions, session 2 and 3, where the grouping of the deliveries was a lot better, a lot more consistent. And to say that the scoring was not as free as it was before. So they'll be hoping to replicate that. Obviously, they want to take wickets. It's not the easiest thing to do on this surface, because we think the surface will play a little bit quicker today. But at least they need to stick to a bowling plan.
Tends to get quicker on the second day. And very interesting to see how the Barbados fast bowlers go when they get an opportunity. Simmons coming back. In fact, 2-3 years ago, when he came on the scene, did you pick him as chairman of selectors, young?
And pick him.
Okay.
He was involved in the whole setup here at Kensington Oval with the Pride side, but he didn't actually break through during my tenure.
So Barbados is 398 for 3. Make that 399 now. So continuing to battle away. I like the looks of Richards. He's really look very solid indeed. With that single, he goes to 26. Brathwaite, the star, 168. And Barbados, 399 for 3.
So Bishop will continue bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end and adopting the ploy of bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Richards.
So that's the 400 for Barbados. What a performance from them. Well done to them. Having won the toss, and Barbados are in complete command here. They're now 400 for 3.
A very relaxed looking dressing room there, understandably so. They're very commanding position. Greg Brathwaite just going on and on. And the thing about this approach by the Barbados team is that you expect them to press on, but they're not certainly going for big shots. See, that run rate is just about 4 runs and over, which is slightly lower than it was yesterday. But in the absence of the big shot, certainly looking to rotate the strike.
Now, what was that all about? Did you play that shot in your day, Hendy?
I did, actually. and I remembered the manager at the time, the late Harold Griffith, and he says to me, Hendy, if you ever get up with that shot,
yes,
I'm going to send you home. And the Jamaicans were loving it.
They're loving it, yeah.
Ian Botham played it, and I thought, wow, I'm going to try this.
Yeah, indeed.
1983.
Well, luckily you weren't sent home. You only
and I wasn't sent home, I was just going to say.
No,
yeah.
not at all. We'll get a single after some hesitation down to short third man. What do you make of Richards? I mean, he looks a pretty solid player.
I think we discussed this yesterday when you asked me about him. I think that's one of the things that the Barbados, the Pride setup loved about him in one-day cricket, because he's very adept at this, let's call it these dexterity attempts, where he will play the reverse sweep, he will play the dink, that we see a lot now in the modern white ball game. He practices it quite a bit and is quite effective in matches. So I expect if he spends any time at the crease, I expect to see a fair bit of that. in this innings when he gets the go ahead from the captain to let's press on and try to score a little bit quicker from what they're scoring at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, 402 for 3 represents a very strong position. Brathwaite 169, 277 balls he's faced, and Richards wouldn't mind facing 78 balls for just 28, but his job has been very good so far. There's no question about it. And Barbados are in complete control here at Kensington Oval. What's the difference between pitch 1 on the first day and, of course, the second day?
Yeah, well, what usually happens is that they retain a fair bit of moisture just for the pitch to hold for the 4 days. So there's a little bit more, a bit of moisture there on day 1. And then with the natural sunshine, the heat, etc., and playing on this surface, and then the rolling in the morning before the day's play, that extracts some of that moisture from day 1, which will compact the surface, and you would expect then it to get a little bit quicker on day 2. So usually, historically, the pitch here has been always better for batting on after tea on day 2. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, interesting. I'm checking Guyana, and it seems to be a pretty serious injury to Kyle Corbin. In fact, the stretcher came out. He's holding his hand. Have a look at that. He's on 97, but it doesn't look good. In fact, he was on the floor for quite a while. Let's hope he's okay.
Yeah, the stretcher came out. He was limping, but he's holding his hand. So we'll see.
I like that.
But it looks like some sort of wrist injury.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but he's on 97. Kyle Corbin, 358 for 8. We'll continue to monitor that game for you and the others. Of course, there's also another day and night game played in St. Vincent.
So yeah, just getting back to the character of this particular pitch, or the pitches at Kensington Oval. Once you get that compactness then on day 2, you'll find that the ball will come onto the bat a little bit more. What I've noticed in the last few years is that there's very little wear and tear, or any effects of wear and tear on this Kensington Oval pitch. So batting last is not as much of a lottery as you would have on other pitches. And I think that eventually when the academy side come to bat, they should not be daunted by the total on the board. And I said when the score was about 90 odd without loss, I thought that the academy will do well to restrict to Barbados for anything less than 500. Now that's looking overly real. Now more to 500, but they should not be daunted whenever they get a chance to bat, because they've got a surface that they can bat. I think if you were going to be critical of the academy at this stage, I expect young aspiring cricketers to maybe exhibit a little bit more energy. Yes, I can appreciate that as they peep over on the eastern side and see 402 for 3, it's not the most inspiring picture, but I expect to see a little bit more life and energy in the field. I can understand the bowlers being under the pump, but that's when you need the fielders, the keeper, to really lift the team. So another over completed. It's 402 for 3. So Bishop to continue. He's had a few overs bowling to the left-handed Richards, where he's been able to string together deliveries to the left-handed batter. But Craig Brathwaite has been able to get off strike immediately. You know, he's been able to maneuver the ball around. Bishop, for the most part, was bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batter. Now he's over the wicket.
He's the main bowler. He's got, what, 10 wickets in the competition. It's been around for some time now. Tries it again. Wow. Do you like that shot, though? Do you think
Well,
it's
it's
pregnant
effective.
with danger?
It's effective.
It's effective.
I've seen a young player from Ireland who was very effective at playing that shot. But he's not playing anymore. Owen Morgan.
Oh, yes.
But it was a
Former
natural
captain,
shot for him.
yeah.
Yeah, from the early days as a kid. I was involved in coaching with him when he was about 6 or 7, and from the time he was a teenager, he was playing that shot. But it is similar to a game that they play in Ireland called hurling. So it's like a hurling shot. So that's the reason why he can play it so easily. And Owen Morgan was the sort of batter that could play it first ball.
Oh, really?
You know, and he was that confident at playing it. But looking at a lot of the modern day players now, it's part and parcel of the game. I imagine that they will practice it enough so that, you know, there's a higher percentage of executing it properly.
Well, in fact, young Tevin Imlach was on my radio show on Tuesday, Mason and Guest, and he was talking 403 for 3 Barbados about using it a lot in Pakistan. We saw it played a lot in Pakistan, and flirts in with danger, but of course it's a way to try and make runs as well. There's no question about that. It's so difficult sometimes.
Yeah, the truth is, though, when do you actually... First of all, it's a premeditated shot, so
It is.
that's the first thing. I think what was become baffling is when you see a batter play second ball he's faced. It's the sort of shot that you use to get out of danger, to unsettle bowlers or whatever like that. But when you've come into bat and you've only faced one ball, you could probably tell me where the trouble is. But you see, that's very well executed.
Yep.
He probably needed another couple of yards to the right of the fielder, but he got very low and met it very early. That's the key as well.
And good work by the cameraman, David Green, and his wonderful team, Mr. Blenman, making sure that we saw that piece. Thank you, Mr. Blenman. They're doing a good job. I'll increase your pay. I'll speak to David Green about that, giving you a bit more money, having done such a wonderful job. We got a new bowler coming to the attack. Then Nadal is going to come into the attack. Now he's from Guyana, and let's see what he will do. We haven't seen him at all for the game. Where has he gone? He's been hiding.
Well, if I was a bowler, I'd probably be hiding as well after. But to come into the attack after 104 overs, there must be some mystery to him.
Well, there's none at the moment. Looks as if he's bowling through a pipe, as they would say in Caribbean parlance, like Maurice Foster, who never turned the ball but would always have a man at slip. And when you talked to Maurice Foster, he said he used to talk with a lot of batsmen. They were playing for turn. And he enjoyed bowling as a batsman for Barbados called Peter Lashley, who was a big talker. Got him out several times. Caught it slip off Foster. Hello to you, Maurice Foster, wherever you are in Kingston, Jamaica. It's going to go a long way down towards the Mungry. And it will come back for the second. It was a very slow, had a day and a half to play that down to white third man for 2. Not looking very threatened at all by any stretch of the imagination, this young bowler.
Well, he got some turn there, Andrew. It just was a little bit short, but he got a bit of turn, so that's some consolation. So if he gets the length right, he may just pose a threat.
Let's hope he gets some bunks as well. And that was a much better delivery, bringing the batsman onto the front foot.
Well, not a great deal is wrong with his action. And as I said, he's getting a bit of purchase.
Let's see what he does there. Well, your favorite shot is played again. Brathwaite has to put in the extra effort in terms of getting home, going into second gear to get home. And again, that reverse sweep was played again. He likes that shot, it would appear. Maybe he's got the confidence now to do it. He's maybe seeing the ball as big as a Bajan breadfruit.
Well, he's been there for 92 deliveries, and so he's comfortable playing the shot. He seems to have pretty good control. As far as the technique is concerned, he's doing all that you would ask him to do. As I mentioned earlier, getting low to the ground and meeting the ball very early. And he seems to have very good control of it, but just picking up a single on that occasion.
Now, Craig Brathwaite, what a shot. Through the wicket, that's gone for 4. Hit with tremendous power by the Barbados captain.
Well executed there by Craig Brathwaite. As he moves on now to 175, but playing with the spin. So he would have seen some spin there when he was at the non-striker's end. So he reckons, okay, there's a bit of spin there. No danger in that shot because he played it wide of long on. And you could see he got a good stride in, very good stride in, and got close enough to the pitch of it. And there's plenty of real estate there. Shorter boundary on that side as well. And just a couple of bounces for 4.
Got a question for you in terms of the effort of Barbados. They know what, 411 for 3. What do you think you'd be looking for here, Andy?
I'm not sure they'll be looking at a number per se, but they wouldn't want to bat past dust time today.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's the time when you go hunting in the dark. No, not looking pretty, but gets away with it. Seems to favor that shot now. Little paddle square on the onside.
Again, that was premeditated because it turned out to be a slower, fuller delivery, from Bishop, which he probably could have driven through the offside, but he had obviously made up in his mind to go for the sweep shot.
And that was pretty close to the off stump, but Brathwaite is really doing so well in terms of his organization as a batsman. Was able to get that ball square in the offside for a single. Good batting again by Craig Brathwaite, with visions of making a double century.
I think, too, is his footwork that has been most admirable in the way he's been very decisive in whether he's getting well forward or getting deep into the crease.
When he tries it again, that paddle, we get a single.
So no danger in that particular shot because that's the conventional sweep, and he's getting well outside the off stump, keeping the ball down. There's a man in front of square on the boundary. Whereas Brathwaite is it's almost impossible to keep him on strike. He's just working the ball square the wicket on both sides, which is interesting. So he's obviously judging the length to perfection, and either hitting it square on the offside just in front point or just square on the leg side and picking up a single each time.
Which is his highest score at this level, is 46 for Barbados, and he is looking pretty good. He's now 33 from 96 balls. Barbados continue to be large and in charge of the region's Mecca, 415 for 3. Time for drinks. So after the drinks break, Barbados will continue in the sunshine of Bridgetown. The weather's been pretty good. And the sun is really shining on the Barbados pride here. They've responded admirably to the challenge, having been beaten, as they would say, in a bad way by the Harpy Eagles, who are having some resistance from the CCC. We'll continue to monitor that game. So we're just about to resume here at Kensington Oval. Talking about that reverse sweep, in fact, in the first innings of the test match, second test match, West Indies versus Pakistan, Captain Brathwaite, first ball, left arm spinner, played a reverse sweep and they went upstairs. The ball hit the bat onto the toe, but then into the ground. There was an appeal for a catch at forward short leg. I was rather surprised that he played it. But as you said, Hendy, it's a shot that is played a lot.
It is, and just having a look here now at Movindra Dindyal. It's not the worst.
No, not at all. Nice action. There's a paddle away. Runs for Richards. We look for a possible third here. In fact, wouldn't have to run anymore because it goes away. That's gone for 4. The fielder at backward square couldn't get across in time. Clark got his fingers to it. Another boundary for Barbados.
And here you're seeing the full repertoire from young Demetrius Richards. This time it was the paddle sweep. We saw in the previous over where against Bishop, he was playing the conventional sweep where the ball was going square or just behind square. This one was no, just the paddle. Just look at Dink going to fine leg.
Another paddle. We look for second, but his captain turns his back on him.
So when this shot comes off, it can be very unsettling for the bowler. So luckily, Dindyal now will be bowling to Craig Brathwaite. So he will need to alter his line because it's a right-handed batter now. But just imagine now, Richards has got him thinking.
Yeah, you're right. So the over comes to an end. Barbados continue to be in total control, 421 for 3.
So changing gloves there for Craig Brathwaite. So that would suggest that he's not going anywhere soon.
Yeah.
And maybe the plan will be to bat the first hour as normal and then look to accelerate from there on and maybe take a few more chances. And maybe that's why we're seeing these range of shots from Richards at this stage.
But he tries it again. And it's gone. Well, something had to give here. I don't like the shot, my friend. I think it's a shot with a lot of unnecessary danger in it. And he departs, playing that reverse sweep, and he goes.
The Academy enjoying it. Again, looking more for a switch hit. He seemed to really try to swat this one rather than just to sweep it around. So it was actually a switch hit looking to hit this one. Hit the toe end of the bat and went straight to the fielder at backward point. Good catch. Going to his left, got both hands to it. And that is the end of Richards.
I've seen several batsmen get up with it. You recall in the World Cup, the captain of the England side, remember, playing a a reverse sweep and got his stumps. In fact, no, he was actually caught down at point. Would it be point then? I mean, or would it be still point? Still point. And it was a bad way to go. There's no question about that. And I know it's played a lot, but I really think that a lot of cricketers should leave it out. Really, you know, there's, according to you, a lot of value in the shot, but we've seen batsmen get out to it. In fact, a couple of test matches, I've seen that. In fact, the last time I saw Sri Lanka play against Australia, that shot was played on a couple of occasions, and I just got the feeling that something was going to go wrong with Richards. And when he goes back in the pavilion, he'll be saying, "Oh, I played a naughty shot." Anyhow, that's all in the past. The no batsman coming to the crease is someone that you like a lot. Did you ever pick Boucher?
Oh yes, I picked him as a teenager. We always felt that he had that sort of, what should I say? He was a sort of a pugnacious type of player. And when we were looking to identify a talent that could give the innings a jump start in T20 cricket and limited overs cricket, he was the one that really exhibited the form at that stage. So we actually had him in the mix-up quite early.
Well, he gets his first ball from Bishop, who's gotten his second. Look at that first shot, lovely flowing drive down to mid-off, as if he'd be the crease for an hour. Well, that was very well played, wasn't it?
Yeah, timing to perfection, just a check drive, but it seemed to be very well timed. Really hurried down to long off. The field that short extra cover tried to go across to his right, but it was past him in a flash.
Barbados is so good at that. I mean, a little turn away, nice use of the wrist down to forward square for a single. Work it around, there's no question about that. And over the years, he's become a lot more aggressive, Brathwaite. There was a time, as we would say, he was a poker. But I've seen Brathwaite certainly make some good runs in terms of being aggressive.
And Brathwaite will tell you that he'll find a way to make runs. He'll find a way to score. It may not be pretty, but he'll make runs.
Let's take the opportunity to say happy birthday to Fidel Henderson Edwards, 43 today, 55 test matches, 5 feet 5 inches, 165 wickets. And that's gone past the keeper.
Just waiting for the signal from the umpire. There seems to be none, so that was a little tickle there for Brathwaite, getting it down fine. So he now moves on to 181, 426 for 4. Bishop being the most successful bowler so far. And I expect to see Dindial continuing. I said he hasn't been the worst.
What do you like about him, Hendy?
Well, I think that he looks to be putting some revs on the ball. He's getting a little bit of drift away from the right-hander and a hint of spin. Now, not many people have got much spin out of this surface so far, so I think he's got a couple of things going for him there. I'm surprised it took 104 overs for him to come into the attack.
Yeah. In fact, I'm looking at some chats and discussing the dismissal of our very good friend there, Mr. Richards, who played that reverse sweeping got out. Good old Philip Spooner's come into the box as well, wearing pink. And he said he would not have played that shot at all, Philip Spooner. A man that doesn't give him any marks, I can assure you that. No. What was that all about? You get runs for it, a little paddle outside the off stump. Is it going to go away? Down past the keeper. It will go for 4. So he got some bat into that. No, they love that shot. I think it's as a result of they're playing so much white ball cricket as well. And maybe if you get a chance to see that replay, that was pregnant with danger.
Well, again, I suppose, again, this is something that we've seen a bit in the baseball cricket. And it's full in length. He's looking to play with the spin. It got the toe end of the bat and went over for a slip. and down to the boundary. So I guess it's the same as if you're playing a lofted drive with a long on and long off in
Yeah,
place.
yeah.
If you don't get it right, you
You
caught
don't get
on
it
the
right.
boundary.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd have a serious chat with Richards had he been manager. I mean, there's no reason to get it that way at all.
Well, you're old fogey now.
I am an
Andrew,
old
that's why-
fogey.
that's
Old
why.
fogey. No, I like that. I like that. Now that's an authentic cricket shot. Square in the offside. Lovely shot. It's going to go towards the boundary and we'll get there. Play those kind of shots, my brother. Stop the reverse sweep. Stop the little dink. And play authentic cricket shots. That was well played for 4.
Well, you remember about 20 minutes ago, Andrew, I said to you that with this approach, sometimes it can unnerve the bowler. And there was Dindial maybe feeling as if he had to pull the length back a bit.
Yep.
And Boucher countered that by playing your authentic
Back
foot.
foot shot. I like it. Of course, when you talk about sweepers, I know Rohan Kanai was a brilliant sweeper. Well, little paddle. Someone in the back says, "Oh Lord." The mighty Gabby would have said, "Oh Lord, send an answer for we." But he gets away with it. That was full, so I don't think there was any real problem with that. But as I said, I think it has a lot to do with white ball cricket. You got to find ways to score runs. Boucher batting at 6. You like that position for him, or didn't have a choice?
I'm not sure what the game plan is. I think they might be asking him to take the gloves in this game. And they felt as the wicketkeeper batter, maybe just down at number 6 where you're performing more of an all-rounder's role. If he's at 3 or opening and then asked to keep wicket, it might be a bit much. So I suspect that that's the plan, but we'll see as things unfold.
And of course, Joel Manning is up next, but he's having some soup. I think he's got it from Black Rock. Is it from Black Rock? He loves to go to a particular supermarket there and buy his soup. Yesterday had some good old pigtails, but he tends to jog in the morning. So he's up next, young Joel Manning. YMPC, man, that's the Young Men's Progressive Club, Beckles Road, the club of Dwayne Rommel Smith. Joe Garner would have played for that club as well. And of course, Winston Reed, tremendous left-arm spinner. So Barbados approaching 450 here. And it's so good that you can actually get those maximum points in terms of batting points. I mean, it's so important. Of course, they've brought back the first innings too, but Barbados will want to try and bat for quite a long time. Maybe try to get 500, 550. And try maybe to bat just once here, but we shall see. Another sweep shot from our good friend, Mr. Boucher.
You saw that defensive shot there from Boucher.
I
No
did.
longer do we see the defensive shot where the ball stops just by the popping crease.
And can you describe that?
That's a Yahoo.
.com.
A Yahoo.
.com.
No, dot. Just playing Yahoo.
What a wild shot from Boucher. You know he can bat better than that. And it happens very often after playing a naughty shot. You say, look, I've just done something that I shouldn't do. Let me focus, seize and settle, and play a lovely, authentic cricket shot. 437 for 4. So the action continues. Of course, this game being shown on Rush. Hello to all of the viewers there. Understand yesterday you were quite happy what you got. Thanks to our good friend Mr. David Green, who continues to lead a powerful team at Kensington Oval. Thank you, David, for a good job done. And a good job being done by the man who's batting now. With the bat as broad as Bridgetown, talking about Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados and West Indies captain. Runs from he'll get too comfortably, one would think. If you had to describe, is there any weakness to Brathwaite's batting in your view? Have you seen any at all? Tell us.
Well, I think the ball coming back into him from outside the off stump when he's playing off the back foot has been one area where he gets trapped on the crease, and I suppose it really depends on the type of bowler as well, and you know the speed, especially not with off spin, but certainly with fast bowling with the ball coming back into him. That's been one area where he has been caught on a few occasions where he tends to stay deep in the crease and gets LBW or bowled. But I don't know if I would go as far as say it's a weakness because he faced so many balls. You don't really know when he's in trouble.
Right. Fair comment. Launching that big drive is the little man, Nico Boucher, gets a single. Yeah, I think aggressive fast bowling to him, banging the ball in maybe just around the chest area can give him trouble. I note with interest yesterday that they tried it, but didn't really have the speed and the aggression. But the leg slip was put in.
And neither was it sustained.
No, it wasn't sustained. That's important as well. So 441 for 4. Barbados continuing to do very well at the region's Mecca. So Brathwaite 185, McCaskey 49. Well, yesterday, a brilliant 100 from Jonathan Drakes. Wickham must be very upset, got 9. And as we know, Richards batted pretty well for his 36. So Boucher, conditions are good for him. There's no need to give your hand away. Just try and make a good score, make a statement.
And he may very well be following a plan, playing to instructions. I'm sure the plan would be with just under an hour for the interval. They want to get that score as close as possible to 500. Bishop now in his 31st over.
Well, he played a shot at that. Was there any bat into that? It'll go a long way down towards the boundary. All eyes will be umpire right. And there was some bat there. Keeper didn't take it.
It seemed a little bit close for the cut shot. But again, part of the modern game where they move around the crease so much. So someone like Bishop, who usually bowls quite a tight line between wicket and wicket, you'll find the batters trying to get either side of the line to try and create the opportunity to play those shots. See, he's constantly there between wicket and wicket, so he's targeting the pads. So the batter now has to either just make a bit of room outside leg stump. Once his length is altered and becomes a bit on the short side, or if it remains to be full, he'll go across the offside and try to play your sweep shot.
Well, he's coming forward and playing with a broad bat, elbows well cocked, looks a good picture. Well, Bishop is seen as the top bowler for the academy, hence he has bowled the most overs. So 112 overs gone, 443 for 4.
So Dandial continue with his off spin. Seems to be enjoying his bowl. And Brathwaite really just looks like if he's having a net session now. I mean, he's so nonchalant with his stroke play. He's a tad expensive, 28 runs already, and he's in his 5th over.
Very well played by Brathwaite. Good timing. And we'll look for the 3rd and we'll get it. Good aggressive running by Barbados.
Another hallmark of Craig Brathwaite is his fitness. Extremely fit. I know you're big on that. You know, yeah, but he's a very fit man, and he's been there for 112 overs, and doesn't show any sign of fatigue.
Yep. I'm told he used to be a good sprinter at Combermere as well. Yep, he pays a lot of attention to his fitness. One would think that Boucher does as well. Plays for the Carlton Club in Barbados. That's the club of the most honorable Desmond Leo Haynes, nicknamed Joe Louis. Good cricket, good cricket. Pushed down to mid-off. It was his call. Went behind the non-striker. Called Brathwaite through, and they got the single at the end well, despite the ball being hit with some force. 447 for 4. Talking about Desmond Haynes playing for Carlton. Of course, you could look at someone like a Kyle Mears as well, who still represents the Carlton Club. Not very far from here. Should leave Kensington Oval in 5 minutes here at Carlton. Of course, the stand is named after the great man.
Okay, Andrew, I know you don't want to describe that.
No, not at all. I won't. No. Yeah.
But
yeah.
yet another paddle.
Yeah.
Another 2 runs.
Yeah, yeah.
And the scoreboard is ticking over.
Yeah. I think we should have a man at square leg.
And as I was saying, like, because Bishop tends to be so straight between wicket and wicket, you got to get him off the square. So you've got to maneuver the ball. So we saw in the last over from Bishop where Boucher played forward to quite a few deliveries and pushed him to extra cover or back to the bowler. So he doesn't want to repeat that all the time.
So another single for Barbados to bring up the 450 now. Very good batting by the Barbados team. I'm sure they'll be quite happy with that. 450 from 113 overs and 4 balls, led by their captain. Applause coming from those in the Garfield Sovers Pavilion. I think you were quite spot on when you said that it looks like a net session for Brathwaite. So easy, so composed. Nothing bothering him at all. So another over comes to an end. We've had as many of 114, and Barbados 452 for loss of 4.
4 of 140 overs, they 450, coming 458 minutes of 689 balls, 42 fours and 5 sixes.
Not a good sign for the academy. Brathwaite changing gloves again.
And a good sign for Joel Manning, because he comes a calling, having had some wonderful soup with some pigtails, and I'm sure he'll have the good old Bajan dumplings as well, bit of yam. He's going to come a calling to continue with you.
So then Dindial to continue. Hasn't quite brought the batters onto the front foot often enough. Did on that occasion. So I think because the batters have been trusting the bounce as much as they have, it's been a little bit easier to play him off the back foot. Just like that. And just about every time he's erred in length, both Boucher and Brathwaite have been able to punch him through the offside. And once they've found the gap, they've been able to pick up at least a couple of runs. Welcome back, Joel.
Pleasure to be back. I heard Andrew describing the sumptuous snack that I had just now.
That occasion, a bit of turn. Yes, the batter was on the back foot, but I don't think it was quite as short as Boucher expected. Sometimes you look for moral victories when the score is 455 for 4. You'll see that as a moral victory where the batter was beaten in length, but still able to make the adjustment.
Yeah, I think Jamal Warrican would be smiling seeing signs of turn like that. 115 bowled, 455 for 4. Bishop to continue. Timing on that was good from Boucher. He's really used the depth of the crease nicely. I say good afternoon once again to Mr. Roland Butcher.
Yes, Joe, good afternoon. And Boucher looking to add some Boucher's really come in and started to play a few shots, so he's adding some impetus to the innings.
Yeah, it's been a nice momentum from Boucher since coming to the crease, recognizing that conditions are relatively easy. And he really picked his gaps nicely, timed the ball, but not necessarily any rash shots from him. And occasionally he gets cheeky like that. Just nudging his way towards another landmark. Craig Brathwaite.
Been a little bit slow today, Joe. I think starting the day at 140 odd not out. I really would have expected Craig to have had a look for half an hour. Pitch hasn't changed that much. And then really after half an hour could have, upped the tempo. Scored what, 50? Scored 50 odd in this session so far.
Yeah, it is a point of consideration in terms of how he's gone about the innings this morning. Not necessarily to say that something's been wrong with it, but at the same time, maybe felt as if could have had, a few more under his belt by now. But granted, seems very in control and playing toward a very specific plan here. Craig Brathwaite. Given the position that they find themselves in, it could also be that time factor as well, ensuring that he takes his side down to what we've been talking about in terms of batting 2 sessions today, or close to 2 sessions. Well, Boucher is playing in the opposite fashion. He's going after the bowling.
Yeah, good shot there by Boucher. It's been very positive since he's come to the crease, and I think that's really, with so many runs on the board, really Barbados should be pressing the accelerator.
And then he settles back in like that, just waiting on the right length. Boucher, that one slightly pulled back from Dindale. And this time too short. Using the depth of the crease like I talked about earlier. And collects another boundary to his name.
Yeah, just give himself a little bit of room, ball slightly too short. Teased the fielder all the way to the boundary, but a nice shot by Boucher.
Given how good this surface is, can't afford even to be fractionally short. To the likes of Boucher, gets deep into the crease and executes quite well. So too full, hits him over the top. Too short, gets back and punches him. Goes flatter, and Boucher gets a single.
Yeah, really not a great deal of margin for error on this pitch, really. If you're slightly off, either too full or too short, you'll get punished really. The Kookaburra ball is, once that shine goes, which it does very quickly because of that flat seam, certainly batters tend to prosper.
A change of bowling now as Ishan Matara returns to the attack. He started things this afternoon from that Malcolm Marshall end. showing intent is Boucher. Bit of frustration as well, given that he wanted potentially go aerial with that one, but a little flatter from Matara. The field came in for Brathwaite, so very well spread for Boucher. Mid-off comes into the circle, cover comes off of the boundary, just one man, or rather two, slightly back. Brathwaite goes over. Flawless from the Barbados Pride captain.
Yeah, just hitting that one over the infield. So Brathwaite now moves to 195.
It's just so interesting that I mentioned that they brought up the field for Brathwaite, not thinking maybe that he might show some aggressive intent. But the thing about it is Brathwaite has been relatively aggressive to the spinners. I think about how he played Joshua Bishop yesterday and at the start of today as well. Looked to get after him, looked to use his feet. Now doing similar to Matara. I know, just 5 away from what will be another double 100 for him. Should have stopped that one. Matara, what it does though, is a low for a single. At the end of that Matara over, it's 475 for 4.
Joshua Bishop, bowling again.
A change of ends as Joshua Bishop now comes to the Joel Garner end. Bowled a few overs from this end in the second session, or in fact, sorry, the third session of yesterday. Is Brathwaite thinking singles to get him over the line, or is he thinking boundary?
I think Craig is always careful. So he will not be playing any reverse sweeps or anything like that.
think I might be inclined to agree with you there, Roland. 3 singles is all it will take for him. Boucher, on the other hand, though, has been playing like an express train. Does he go after the likes of Joshua Bishop as well? At the end of that Bishop over, it's 476 for 4.
Yes, and as we approach lunch, obviously, Craig, I'm sure he'll be looking to continue batting after lunch. So be happy to get to the 200 before lunch, and then maybe he'll play a few more shots after lunch.
I guess we shall have to wait and see, Roland. I guess we shall have to wait and see. Can Matara get himself his first wicket of this encounter? I'd say he's bowled with better control at the start of today. Figures of none for 71 into his 18th over now. So it's been hard going for the young man. Pulled away. A statement made right here at Kensington Oval. Craig Brathwaite has done it again, a double 100 for him.
Yes, continue his domination of first-class cricket, Craig Brathwaite. I think he will forget his woes at the international level of late. Coming back to this level, he's shown his dominance once more, and it's something that you should expect somebody with this international experience, the amount of experience that he's got, that he should really be dominant in first-class cricket, and he's shown that once more with another double 100, and I'm sure he's not finished yet.
Certainly don't think he's finished at all. A flawless display of concentration, technique and determination from the Barbados Pride captain. A landmark that many dream of, and today he's done it again. There's so many youngsters looking on, simply wondering when maybe they can find themselves getting a double 100 in cricket. Worked away again. The Boucher train continues right here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, slightly over pitched, and Boucher not missing out on that one. So, as we approach perhaps the last 10 minutes before lunch.
Ball is quite out, 120 overs, 485 for 4. Boucher on 40. Brathwaite on 202. 200 for Brathwaite, 118 fours, seeing 478 minutes of 312 balls.
Just about 9 minutes or so until we get to the first interval of the DDT interval. And Barbados Pride can look at that and say that they've done well with this first session. The runs have keep coming for them. As for the fall of just one wicket, I think that coaching staff and captain are relatively happy with the position that they find themselves in here. Bolter himself also approaching a landmark, and given how Barbados Pride are batting, you're telling yourself they plan to bat for some time more. The end of that Bishop over, it's 489 for 4.
Yes, I think the Academy would be quite happy to get to lunch just to have a breather. They've had 3 sessions in the field yesterday, another one today. They will be tired and weary by the time this innings is finished, and then the batters have got to come out and try to concentrate.
It's been hard going for the West Indies Academy. A day and a session in the field. Quite a few tired bodies out there.
There'll also be some very tired minds as well.
My question here, Roland, is how do you begin to motivate these youngsters for the task at hand? Because naturally, in a position like this, you're mentally deflated, your body is drained, but there's still a lot of cricket left to be played. How do you go about motivating these youngsters for the task at hand?
Ashley Ball. I think really all you can remind these youngsters is that, listen, first-class cricket is supposed to be tough, and at the same time, just remind them that the pitch is it's a good one. There's no horrors in this pitch. All you've got to do is just survive for a little while, and then it becomes very easy. And just encourage them to, once they get in, just keep batting.
Well, they certainly have a picture of how to go about that right in front of them in Craig Brathwaite. They saw examples from Zachary McCaskey. They saw examples from John Hendricks as well. The Nico Boucher is also showing how you can go about batting on this surface. So several different batters with different playing styles. Give them examples of what they can do. It all goes back to what you mentioned. Occupation of the crease. 122 bowled. It's 491 for 4. reaching for that one, Boucher, but still getting relatively close to the pitch of it. Looking at the time, we might be able to get it just maybe 1, 2, depending on the pace. And that Matara over, should he be the one to bowl from the next end? Quicker and flatter from Bishop. You've seen him go through the variations across the course of this match, occasionally delivering from behind the popping crease. Sometimes giving it a bit of air. The end of that over, it is 494 for 4. A no ball called by the umpire, and I was just wondering, just maybe when you think about where that back foot was cutting.
Yeah, I would imagine that his right foot has gone outside of the return crease. Yeah, umpire just showed him.
I was having a look and telling myself that from our vantage point, I was saying that maybe a couple deliveries ago he actually was cutting it as well. Finally spotted by umpire White, and correctly so. No ball signal again. Given how things have shaped up, potentially the last 3 balls before they take the tea break here on day number 2. And one can say it's been all Barbados pride in this session. well, that will be it. Tea here on day number 2, round number 2 of this action between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. Roland, what have you made of this first session of day number 2?
Yeah, very good one for Barbados. Just continuing from where they left off yesterday. The platform was set yesterday for what was to transpire today. Didn't expect anything else to happen, really. Then what happened here, it could have been a lot worse. I mean, if Barbados were more positive in their stroke play, I think the score would have been another 30, 40 runs from what it is now. But they still had a very good session and just losing the 1 wicket. So tough day at the office again for the academy.
Certainly a tough day at the office for them. Barbados Pride resumed from their overnight score of 354 for 3. The crease was Demetrius Richards and Craig Brathwaite. And Captain Craig Brathwaite went through the motions, occasionally took on the spinners and reached that mark of 150 relatively quickly this morning, resuming from his total of 143. And not only he's really been the anchor of this innings and really laid a platform for Barbados Pride to launch from. We spoke about the fact that they would definitely appreciate having him back in the innings. The wicket of Demetrius Richards, the only one to fall for today, looking for the reverse sweep, and it brought about his downfall. From there, though, it ended up being a situation of the same as Laniko Boucher came to the crease, and he simply enjoyed his time out there with his captain, Craig Brathwaite. He goes into the break on 47 not out. He was very positive in the way he went about his innings, and I think that conditions really linked to that as well. 2 full, hit them over the top, and then when they were short, got back into the crease and played them all around. Craig Brathwaite, though, this is how he brought up that double 100 off the bowling of Matara. Yeah, it's been an innings of class from the captain, and certainly appreciated from the crowd that's beginning to build and gather right here at Kensington Oval. Of course, his teammates appreciate it as well, because they understand the value of those runs, and they understand what it means in a contest like this. So it is time for tea, or time for lunch, depending on how you want to look at it. We take a break here, but during this interval, we have a few words from Jimmy Adams.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the 2 boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game when Kingston played Michael Holdings, Melbourne, or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and things weren't things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home, at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant, even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
We're back to action here after the tea interval on day number 2. Session number 2 of the day. And it appears as if the West Indies Academy have taken the second new ball as well. And it's going to be Jedediah Blades with ball in hand. Sound off the bat definitely tells you that's his second new ball. Haven't heard that heavier sound all day as the West Indies Academy opted to bowl with the old ball at the start of today. So 124 overs is what they use that ball for. And now with new ball in hand, can they maybe pick up a wicket or two and just slightly change the plans of the Barbados Pride?
New ball. So new ball bring new fortune for the academy. But there is a thought that with the ball coming onto the bat, it may go off a little bit faster.
Yeah, that certainly is part of the thought as well, in terms of maybe the possibility for a quick boundary or two for the Barbados Pride, a chance to accelerate the scoring rate. Didn't necessarily go too quickly in the first session. Nico Boucher was the one to really step on the accelerator ever so slightly. A few drives there from Craig Brathwaite, but not able to get it past the cover or mid-off on either occasion. Not necessarily timing it either, so probably just, as we talked about, that wariness creeping in terms of hands being a bit heavy. Opting to go now left arm over the wicket. This delivery, Jedediah Blades.
Looks so much better with the new ball when he's over the wicket. Just getting that little bit of shape. And Brathwaite just adjusting at the last moment. You must be seeing it like a beach ball now. In Barbados, they say like a breadfruit, but maybe even bigger than that. Again, good shape there from the left arm fast medium bowler. So that first over with the new ball comes to an end. And encouragement there for Blades. At the Pride, 502 for 4.
As expected, the seamer now begins to operate from the Malcolm Marshall end. It's going to be Johan Lane who's going to pair blades with that second new ball.
And you spoke earlier about getting a press on with the run rate, just under over 4 runs and over. But that's first session, some 146 runs, I believe it was, without any real fuss. You didn't see a proliferation of boundaries or anything like that. But what I thought they did really well was to alternate the strike. Singles kept coming, so they were still going, you know, a good over was still going for 4 or 5 runs and over. And sometimes that's really undervalued, the effect it can have on the overall run rate. Saw some movement from Blades with in his opening over with the new ball. So we just keep a close eye on Lane to see if he's going to get anything. Normally he gets the ball to shape away from the right-handed batter. In my view, he has not been at his best in this innings. It's a good delivery. Going on the reaction of the batter would suggest that that one just straightened a bit. But I think that where the academy bowlers, and particularly someone like Lane, has fallen down in this innings is the lack of consistency, being able to replicate a delivery like that last one.
Well, he's got a second chance with a second new ball. Let's say, what can he do? But he just spills that one. So as they head back to the top of his mark, Johan Lane. I've been privileged to watch a couple spells from him across the first class championship last year. He's a young man with a lot of potential, Johan Lane. Of the outer portion of the bat, as Boucher now just is one shy of his half century. You can pretty much say that everybody has come to the crease. If you take Kevin Wickham out of the situation, just given how he got out yesterday, but everybody else just seemed to look extremely comfortable at the crease. Funny enough, even Wickham looked relatively comfortable at the crease until he inside edged one back onto his stumps. Lovely from Craig Brathwaite. No need to chase that. That's a guaranteed boundary.
Always pleasing to see Craig Brathwaite hitting the ball in that particular arc. And that one just angled in, but full length, a long half volley. And it certainly got the treatment there. And I think that Craig Brathwaite may just enjoy this harder new ball.
Catches the cry. And at long last, they will see the back of Craig Brathwaite. The short ball from Johan Lane, his undoing.
Reward there for Lane. We spoke about the short ball to Craig Brathwaite. Did it just for a short period last evening, and it wasn't sustained. But there was Lane, brave enough to dig one in, and Brathwaite didn't really get into a good position and ended up really just coughing it, taking the top edge, but a good catch with the fielder coming in off the fine leg boundary, getting both hands to it. And I suppose when there's someone like Craig Brathwaite, you really want to hold on to it. So end of a brilliant innings from Craig Brathwaite, 212. And the Barbados Pride now losing their 5th wicket, 507.
Weston's Academy had to work hard for that one. A day and a half they've had to see the battle Craig Brathwaite. But a ball that was just fractionally short. Looking to work it around the corner, Craig Brathwaite. I don't think he really was looking to get any true elevation on it. But a good catch being taken by Jedediah Blades. It brings about the end of what was a phenomenal innings here in round number 2 of the West Indies Championship. It brings Matthew Ford to the crease. He was on debut in that match versus Guyana. He enjoyed himself over there. What can he do now in round number 2?
So the end of that 86-run partnership. Monumental knock from Craig Brathwaite. And I suspect that we may see a little bit more urgency in the approach from the batters. Ford has now gone on to, Lenico Boucher just moved to his 50, almost on notice, and had a fairly good clip, just some 68 deliveries. So he's been busy without being explosive, and that's the point I was making about the run rate in that part today has been still very healthy, where they've been able to really work the ball around. And the current run rate is just over 4 runs and over, but they've been able to work the ball around just to keep that scoreboard ticking over. The academy bowlers have not been able to keep, they've kept the boundaries down today, but they haven't been able to keep the batters quiet.
Pushing hard is Ford, and he's off the mark immediately. And he's someone that is quite busy at the crease, so I don't expect that he might stick around in terms of the type of innings that we saw from Craig Brathwaite. Might probably pattern himself, similar to what Lenico Boucher has done on a surface, which has been relatively easy to bat on.
I can't imagine what would have inspired Blaze to go back around the wicket. For what we saw the last few deliveries in his previous over where he got the ball to shape back in nicely to the right-handed batter, I can't imagine why he would want to change that angle, but let's see.
Well, I did say it. That's the fashion that Matthew Ford will go about this innings. He will be attacking. He's going to be looking for boundaries.
Well, there was nothing on that delivery. You see from wide, from around the wicket, it's just angling into the right-hander. And there was Ford picking the length early o'clock. He didn't quite middle it, but picking the length and was able to swing that one over mid-wicket. So I'm surprised. I said with bowling, oh, here we go. He probably heard you, Joel, so he's going to go over the wicket. So that approach from that delivery from Ford has influenced Teddy Bishop to make a change to the field. So he's reinforcing the leg side, and 3 boundary riders as well on the leg side.
Opting to leave that one, or the angle going across him, Matthew Ford. It's a protection all along that leg side boundary. The man had a wideish fine leg, deep backward square leg, and a man at deep mid-wicket. There's also a man at deep point on the boundary as well for that slash or a slap into the offside. Tries to steer it, but can't get it past Gully. I think this is where we begin to see the momentum pick up for the Barbados Pride. Getting closer to maybe where they want to be in terms of that time factor of batting 2 sessions or near to 2 sessions here today. Well, at least that's where we believe the thinking is for them. Very relaxed looking Barbados Pride dressing room. The protection is there just for that, a single to close it out. $515 for 5.
We'll take a cue from the approach of Ford as to what instructions he came out with. He came to bat. He was past his captain on his way in. So Lane will continue, and he's been warned.
It'll be very interesting in terms of the lengths that they begin to bowl, knowing that the likes of Matthew Ford and even Lanico Boucher begin to go after them with this harder new ball. Is it a case of maybe going into that defensive one-day type style of bowling in terms of maybe looking to go block hole occasionally, setting fields for that back of a length ball where they have to pull it down maybe because you can't really tell yourself that. Maybe looking to pull up too often.
Well, you wouldn't want to press the panic button too early. So again, you will take the cue according to the approach of the batter. So pretty much still what you would consider to be a conventional field for, given the scorecard or the score at this stage. But I think that, you know, the academy should still be searching for wickets.
Yeah, certainly still have to be searching for wickets. Have to give themselves the best chance of staying in this encounter. At the moment, they've gotten themselves a mammoth task in terms of when they have their chance to bat. And the thing about it is that you look across the board at their batting, it doesn't always click for the West Indies Academy. Quite a few times you see them fall away in manners that they probably shouldn't. But hopefully, what at the moment looks to be a batting paradise. 2, 3 of them, 4 of them stand up and play themselves at the crease and show the signs of why they've been placed in the academy as well. Because when you think about the academy, yes, they're younger in terms of age, but these are the youngsters that you're saying are supposed to fill the boots of those who've gone before them.
It can be a little bit intimidating as well when you have been in the field for a day and a half and then faced with such a total on a good pitch, but it'll be slightly different where there'll be a few more slips, maybe some extra pace from some bowlers who will have some adrenaline. Then facing a slow bowler who's just coming back from an international tour with a good degree of success. And having 2 or 3 fielders around the bat. So when you put that equation together, it's slightly different to what the Barbados Pride has faced. But that's over number 128 completed. 518 for 5.
I was just looking for the comments of the coach of the West Indies Academy to pretty much add context to what we're talking about here in terms of the player development and everything around it. But he said, for us, it's about the process. We go with an open mind into tournaments because it's about continuous improvement. We want to see how players express the best versions of themselves with all the work they've done. Our strength and conditioning coach, batting coach, and mental skills trainer have been doing some unbelievable work, and the players have been working exceptionally hard. It's a case of, I don't want to say throwing them into the fire, but putting them against what is the best that the Caribbean has to offer, and then see what they're able to do. You're telling yourself that you're looking for those who can stand the test out there. So as Hendy mentioned, yes, there will be a bit more pressure in terms of you're facing an international left arm spinner. You're facing pressure in terms of the scoreboard, but that is the nature of cricket. At some stage, the pressure will be on. Is there somebody who can stand up in the face of that pressure? And when they do stand up, you're able to say, okay, that's the young man that I want to take to the next level. That's the young man that's showing me the signs that I need to see. And at some stage, you're going to tell yourself that you should see that from each and every single one of these young men on the field, because that's the reason why they've been identified. That's the reason why they're in the academy, because somebody saw something in them. And sure, you're not going to get it every single day. You're not going to get it every single match. But at some stage, across every tournament, something must stand out with every single one of them on the field.
Fair point indeed, and I guess there are a couple of things going in their favor, as we said. It's a good batting surface, and I guess the first challenge they will have to negotiate is batting this evening. And we sort of expect, you would think in the Barbados probably will be probably looking to get a few overs at the academy just before the break, and then really come at them hard after the break. That's a good shot. Made great contact, and it was so well timed. There is a fielder out there on the boundary to protect the boundary, but that was so well timed and placed that he wasn't able to get across. So 4 runs to Matthew Ford.
Yeah, that's that new ball effect, you would say, the ping that it has when it comes off of the bat, the way that it races across the outfield as well, short and wide. Matthew Ford's not going to miss out on that too often. Protection, yes, behind square on the offside, but slapped in front of square, and very easy runs for him. Yeah, obviously often trying to run it down past the man at gully. A dot ball to close out that blades over. It's 522 for 5.
Two batters, Boucher and Ford, schoolmates as well. They too went to the Combermere School in Barbados. So again, they would have played a lot of their underage cricket together. So Lane to continue to Boucher.
Glorious from Boucher, picks the gap and collects 4 runs for it.
Probably still one of the most attractive shots in cricket, to see a batter getting onto the front foot, the full face of the bat. The leg wasn't probably close enough to the line of the ball, but the head was right in line and very well balanced. And the top batters will tell you that's the important thing, getting the head in line.
Well, the man at cover has come a lot straighter. He's able to cut that off now. So what they're going to ask Boucher to do now is probably open the wrist a bit more. Presents a bit more of a challenge. The less of the bat face, trying to get it now to the left of the man at cover.
Or the check drive and just lift it over mid-off.
That certainly is an option as well, with how easily paced this surface is. Gets it through that slip cordon. There's a big space between the keeper and second slip, and Boucher is able to find it.
That's always the frustration for the bowler when there's that gap between the slip and the keeper. And didn't quite carry, but as I said, there is a bit of a gap, and the angle just took it away from the keeper. So you wouldn't say it was the keeper's catch whenever it goes that fine. You first look to see if the keeper could have done a little bit better, but I think it was well away from the keeper and going further away and just dying before it got to the first slip fielder. Well, he was a little bit wide at first slip.
In front of square, to the left of the man that moved that cover. It's back-to-back boundaries.
Not a great delivery. And it was short and wide and really asking for it. And Boucher, although he didn't time it to perfection, he got it enough in the middle. And the protection on the boundary is a lot square, and he got it well in front of square on the offside.
Stifled appealed, and the hands of Bowen Tuckett still raised. But umpire Wright says, no, young man, it's just sliding down the leg side.
Well, the interesting thing was that he was appealing while standing on the leg side. And some umpires look at that as a bit of a guide when making the decision. But if anything, umpire Wright was just saying to Lane, you're just encroaching slightly on that danger area. You need to keep off. And as you get a little bit tired, the follow through is not usually as acute.
Trying to get it past mid-off, can't on that occasion. 12 runs in the over. It's 534 for 5.
Hard work for the bowlers. Lane just having a discussion there with Blades. And he's probably saying to him, you're right, mate. This is a tough day at the office. But they got to keep going.
That tough day continues. This time, it's the bat of Matthew Ford doing the damage.
Wow, that was well picked up by Ford. And he got into position beautifully. And hooks it all the way into the stands there for 6 runs. That was really well played by the all-rounder.
A slight press on the accelerator from Barbados Pride. Going down potentially 600 runs here in this first innings.
Of course, we don't know what the instructions are or the thinking as far as a declaration is concerned, but Boucher will probably see this as an opportunity for him to get up to 3 figures. Probably would not get an easier opportunity to do it. The captain looks quite relaxed there. Still a bit of pace there from Blades. That one didn't bounce as much as the one that we saw to Ford that got deposited into the stand. Boucher got into his wicket to try and help it around, but seemed to me as if he was done for pace.
Yeah, that ball not getting up. Oh, you might think or expect it to. And that variable bulks factor is something that might play a role in this contest as we get towards the second innings for let's say likes of a Barbados Pride if the West Indies Academy are able to stand up and bat. And then something that comes into play for the West Indies Academy as well when they bat a second time.
Well played. Good short ball. This time more at the body, not down the leg side. Ford still trying to access that vacant third man area. But good to see that Blaze is still prepared to hit the pitch hard.
The end of 131. It's 543 for 5. Had a relatively expensive last over. Johan Lane going for 12 in it. But he continues from that Malcolm Marshall end, bustling in. And just angles it down the leg side.
Ford be a little bit disappointed that he didn't get something on that. Really all you want to do with that leg glance is just present the full face of the bat. The pace of the ball will sort of close the bat facing your hand, and you just get a nice little leg glance. It's not as fashionable, that sort of shot. No, it's all power strokes seem to be the main thing. Good running. And for me, that was probably something that I expected to see from the academy. I expected to see a little bit more energy in the field. And And the bowlers are, and this is probably me speaking as a bowler, when the bowlers are getting it tough, you really depend on that energy coming from your fielding side, a bit of brilliance or certainly plenty of encouragement. And I'm not saying it's not coming, but the body language doesn't suggest that there's much of that going on out there.
Well, to be fair to the lads, 132 overs in. Yeah, even at 21, 22, there's not much left in the body. But yeah, it's a case of having to find something deep within. And I think that's where you also separate players, because on the hard days, can you dig deeper? And what is just, I guess, what we would consider to be natural. And just find that moment of magic, because you're going to say, okay, it's not going for you with ball in hand in terms of the fact that the surface is just a little docile, nothing really happening. What can we do in the field? What is the half chance that we might be able to create by just walking in? What is the half chance that we can create with a brilliant catch? And I guess it's also those types of moments that define players and define teams, as well as they say, when the going gets tough, what is deep within that they can turn to? What's the level of inspiration? Who's the person that begins to chirp even more on the field? Naturally, you tell yourself it's probably the wicket keeper that starts to sing your tunes, but who is that person out there who is just going to find a way of bringing life back into a side?
I guess that, along with those individuals or individual who has to look after his own game. And you identify the wicket keeper there, who is normally the person who has the responsibility of keeping things going. But if he's not having a great day, then that's the added burden. He's going to be probably hard on himself and pressuring himself to up his game. 1 run in the over so far. Let's see if Lane can finish well. It's probably okay. We've seen a few of those being called wide. So the end of over 132 and 544 for 5.
So Craig Brathwaite, very happy after his double century. Maybe talking to Ryan Hines, the assistant coach, about when should I declare? Now that's gone. That's a poor delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner over square leg. That's gone for 6.
Yeah, didn't quite get hold of that one, Matthew Ford. Got it off the bottom edge of the bat. But it still ended up in the stand. So loose delivery by Blaze.
Yeah, it was a loose delivery. And as you said, didn't really put it away the way he wanted to. Perhaps had he got good connection, that would have gone into the port, which is having its challenges in recent times with the amount of traffic there. So the 550 has come from the board for Barbados. Alongside me is the former England opening batsman, of course, Roland Butcher. Question for you, when do you think Barbados will declare after this delivery?
Well, Andrew, I think the situation is right now is that they've got 2 attacking players at the crease. So while they're at the crease, I think Craig Brathwaite will allow these 2 to continue because they'll score quickly. I would not be surprised if at the fall, I won't be surprised if at the fall that they declare.
Yeah, well. Well, we shall see. You just get the feeling that it's hurry up batting now, just a matter of trying to get as many runs as possible. Matthew Ford has done pretty well, 29 from 21 balls. Had a good game in Guyana. Talking about the Harpy Eagles, they're struggling against your team, CCC. Kyle Corbin, the old man, getting 100.
Yes, going on a bit of pressure. CCC getting a good first innings total, so that's important for them. And very pleased for Kyle Corbin. He's had a lot of promise as a younger player in recent times. Lots of injuries, and looked at one stage as if his career was over, not just first class, but even club cricket, as we saw him limping around for the last few years.
Sustained an injury to his wrist as well.
Yep, but no,
got the 100, got the boundary, and then had to be taken off. Good knock from Kyle Corbin. So 5:53 for 5. So you reckon the declaration will come soon?
Well, it will go on if neither of these two get out. Then I think it could easily go to 600. But if one of them get out, I will.
You reckon? Would you declare if you were captain of the Barbados team right now?
No.
No.
No, not while these two are batting. If they've scored runs and scored them very quickly, I would let them continue.
Well, Craig Brathwaite is there. He's the man to make that decision. Having a bit of water as well. He's got his management team behind him.
And Andrew, I mean, don't think you're just going to bowl the academy team out just like that.
Right.
You must remember you're still playing with the Kookaburra ball.
Yep.
And once that showing goes, batting is easy. So you must expect that there will be some resistance from the academy. Yeah. So no, I would look to get 600 in quick time. I mean, the next 47 should come quite quickly.
Yep.
Once these two at the crease. But if one gets out, then I would
declare.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't bother my time with another tail ender coming in.
Yeah, I'd try to make 600 here and then make the declaration. But you're right. I mean, I suppose Barbados would be happy to bowl against the academy just around that 6 o'clock hour, maybe 7, maybe even before that. But Craig Brathwaite, of course, he's got Jamal Warrican, the bearded Jamal Warrican, who picked up some 19 wickets in the 2 test matches there. He's going to be licking his chops to bowl at this. See Vasper Drakes, the former West Indies fast bowler, the head coach, talking to, I'm sure, having a word with Wickham, saying, Wickham, why are you not getting runs? Bowled him! Well bowled indeed by Lane. And he's breached the defence of Matthew Ford, who goes for 30. And a good wicket by the young fast bowler.
Yeah, I think he might have played that one onto his stumps, but we'll have to check the replay. The way he played at it, it looked as if it's just come off the inside edge. But either way, he's got to go. And
yeah, he's gone back to the pavilion. Had a good half century.
Yep.
In fact, on debut against Harpy Eagles, and then gifted his wicket. It was really a poor way to get out. But he departs, and success for the academy. Barbados is now 5:53 for 6.
Yeah, and Lane's got his 3rd wicket. Yeah. No, it's a good. It looks it's gone through the gate, actually.
Yeah, no bat there.
Just came in on the angle, but the way he played it, not in a particularly good position. But a good wicket for you, Johan Lane, his 3rd of the innings.
Well, as the old people say, bat and pad not close together there. There was a big gap between bat and pad, Roland Butcher. And he went through the gate.
Yeah, and this huge gate it was.
Very huge indeed.
Right question, Andrew. It just dawned on me. Is Shamar Brooks with the CCC squad?
Well, I think he is, but just double check the team. But well, the one who
He just came to mind and suddenly realised he was not.
He was certainly very much with them last year, Shamar Brooks. So I think one can call the former West Indies cricketer. You reckon? You think he'll get back there? I doubt it.
Well, if you're not going to play first-class cricket, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah. I don't want to be premature in saying that. Now, Eiffel on debut. Jamar Eiffel. And goes for a big hit, first ball. What about that? Well, I know him to be one that will throw the bat around. And also, I know that you're doing some radio, and Keith Holder gave you some stats on him. What? Six seasons? 20-odd wickets?
26 wickets in 6 seasons.
Wow. We won't want to do the math on that, would we?
I think 34 games.
Well, have you seen him bowl, Jamar Eiffel, a lot?
Not a lot. Obviously, most of the summer, I'm not around to see him, but 34 games in 6 years is it's not a lot.
We do know that you're welcomed across England doing some radio commentary. Any radio commentary coming up pretty soon for you in England, Roland?
Yeah, the BBC's.
Well,
another wicket there, well bowled by Lane. I think that probably was a slow ball, and Boucher playing too early, and 4 wickets for Lane, so he's having a good time.
Yeah, I think they want to think about the decoration now, really. It was a good slow delivery. Yes, there we go. Big drive, completely fooled by the change of pace. Easy catch, extra cover. Well done, Lane.
Boucher goes for about play 65. Came off 86 balls, so he's done his part and has to depart.
Wonder what the strategy would be of Barbados now. I think it's just a matter, I would think now, of just throwing the bat around and try maybe to, as Jamal Warkin will come next, maybe just try to get as many runs as possible.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what sense it makes now, Andrew. I think when Ford and Boucher were there, I think that would have made sense continuing to bat because both of them were, on the go. You've got 2 players coming in now. Eiffel's only got 1. Warwican hasn't faced the ball yet. Could take up a little bit of time that's might be needed for the bowling effort.
So 5:54 for 7 now. Lane among the wickets again. He bowled very well against them last year. Barbadian, highly thought of, good rhythm, and as they say, he's growing. You expect him to put on a bit of a muscle and get a bit quicker. So the man from Pakistan will take his first ball, Jamal Warkin. Here's Lane. And he greets him with a delivery with some aggression.
Yeah, good short ball there by Lane, feeling on top of his game right now with that wicket. And you were asking me about what I'm doing this summer.
Right.
My BBC letter has come through for the season, so that tells you what I'm doing.
Well, work for Roland in England. So what series would that be you're working in?
Well, Andrew, the matches available that I'll be doing will be the County Championship, Vitality Blast, Metro Bank, One Day Cup, and the 100.
Oh, wonderful. So Roland Butcher is off to the mother country to do some commentary. Is it TalkSport?
Yeah, it's BBC Radio.
BBC Radio.
BBC
okay.
Radio.
We wish you well, Roland. Well, that's going to go away to the boundary. That's gone down to third man for 4. There's no slip, really. There's a gully. I'm a bit surprised that with new batsman coming to the crease, there was not at least one slip. But he finds that gap between the keeper and gully. That's gone down to third man for 4.
Yeah, extravagant drive there by Wigan, and just dissecting the backward point, and the keeper, as he said, nobody in a catching position. So that ball raced away to the boundary.
So Barbados continuing to bat here. So many people will be wondering when the declaration will come. But Barbados also could face the possibility of being bowled out as well. That's quite possible, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That's always a possibility.
So Jediah Blades to continue, making his debut for the West Indies in white ball cricket. Congratulations to the young man. Well, I've seen Eiffel play at the local level. Can bat. A decent all-rounder. And can be slippery as well. Not express, not 90 miles an hour, 95, but he can maybe get pretty close there. And I'm told that he impressed the selectors in the trials.
Well, he's got a much tougher task here now to bowl with this Kookaburra ball. That's going to be much more testing than the balls that he's been using before.
So good old Stephen Leslie from the BC has just brought me a drink. Public juice.
Notice again, Andrew, he brought just the one. So
maybe you're not his friend.
Your private servant, Stephen.
We want to congratulate him, Stephen Leslie, for making sure that the commentaries are already on radio as well. And we want to say that Barbados is very much a country that invests very heavily in the coverage of cricket. I'll get back to that after this delivery. Yeah, at the local level in Barbados, the games are covered. In fact, that would have happened since 1978. I'll never forget that. There was a program director at CBC called Jean Lewis, a Jamaican, who came, and she recognized the importance of carrying local cricket. And ever since then, Barbados has carried local cricket. That's something that's worthy of commendation. And they're also streaming local games as well, even at the under 15 level. The Herman Griffith finals was in fact streamed, and this cricket is also on radio. Well done, BCA.
Yes, it's very important that, Andrew. Certainly when I was a boy in St. Philip, that's what I relied upon, listening to the rediffusion to the cricket at weekends. If that was not available, don't know what we would have done in terms of listening to cricket. Certainly was none to watch. As you know, there were no TVs at the time.
No, radio.
But we relied certainly on.
They say radio works.
On the rediffusion for sure. Listening to the matches was something that all of us boys look forward to.
Yeah. Another easy single for Eiffel. And of course, you've got the BCA website. You can pick it up there as well. And for the Jamaica game, it's going to be on local television as well. And I really think you've got to give the Barbados Cricket Association a lot of credit for recognizing the importance of coverage of cricket course, it's done so much for so many people over the years, and to cover cricket since 1978 is tremendous. Very well played by Warkan, batting as if he's still in Pakistan.
Yeah, that one's in the zone. I think Blades, the last thing he should do really is be pitching the ball up to Warwick, he should be keeping him on the back foot, making sure that if he does score, he's got to score for pull shot or cut shot. But, you know, if you go up to Warwick, he's going to go over the top for sure. And Blades on that occasion did, and Warwick just hit that one down to deep mid wicket for 4.
He's really improved in his batting. Had him on my local show, Mason and Guest. You've been on a couple of times when invited.
When invited.
Yeah, this is not very often.
Amongst the other 10 or 11 at the same time.
Yeah, in fact, someone described the show as Mason and too many guests.
I would like to meet that person because never a true word has been said in jest.
In fact, it's said by Mike King. You know Mike King? He said Mason and too many guests.
Well, Andrew, I guess it shows the popularity of the show that all the people you speak to readily agree to come on. So,
well, President Shallow's on the show pretty often, Dr. Kishore Shallow, who may be facing 2 elections, really, because, of course, as you know, he's running in North Leeward in St. Vincent. I was actually there. And, of course, there's also the election for the presidency of Cricket West Indies. So, hello to Dr. Shallow, my good friend. Let's see how that works out. That hit, I think the batsman would have been in some trouble there. Yes, no situation without to mid-wicket. And the communication was not the best, but Eiffel survives.
Yeah, a direct hit certainly would have seen the demise of Eiffel, but he survives. Barbados camp still looking very relaxed.
Yep. You know, Brathwaite is a man that scores very heavily, so he wants as many runs as possible. I think they're trying to get up to 600 runs here. They want to bat once in this game. Lane looking for his 5th wicket. Looking to York. Warkan, but got it all wrong. Now that's what you call a good old cow swipe.
Yes, it was rather agricultural, Andrew. Never got into a good position. Wasn't watching the ball, just really just heaved across the line.
Jamar Eiffel loves to hit the ball around. We see him in local cricket in Barbados. I would think the local season will start, but it tends to start around April, May. Maybe we can talk to Stephen Leslie about that. Of course, he's the manager of marketing and communications. An attempted slow delivery, this time offline. Might have just got some bad into that. Yes, confirmed by umpire Wright from Jamaica. It's got umpire Jackie Williams, he's from Jamaica as well. So the Jamaicans are in control at the region's Mecca. Hello to all of our friends there in Jamaica. Good run in by Warkan. A little push down to mid-on. And the non-striker responding to his call. And Barbados continuing to do very, very well here. 569 for 7.
Yes, at the water break, so no sign of Craig Brathwaite calling a halt to the innings.
569 for 7 after 136 overs.
So the two batsmen conferring, and no doubt would want to enjoy this Thursday afternoon. 569 for 7, 136 overs bowl. Let's all have a drink. So, just to have a little peek at the score in the Harpy Eagles CCC game. The Harpy Eagles are struggling to 83 for 5. And OJ Seals has picked up 2 wickets already. Big fast bowler from Jamaica, and I know you like him when you were selector for that very brief time with Cricket West Indies. You actually thought of collecting him. Here's Bishop to continue after the break. Trailing by 290 runs. So, you know, it's interesting that they did so very well against Barbados. Strengthened with Shamar Joseph in the side, but they're struggling. That's how cricket is played. So we're going to keep our eyes on that game as well, and the other games as well being played. Well, that shot came out. The reverse sweep is gone for 4. Well done to Eiffel.
Yes, and Eiffel deciding that he's going to go non-traditional because there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, so it's just the one man at backward point, so he does the reverse sweep, makes good contact and gets the boundary.
He can bat, there's no question about that. He's a good cricketer. No people are questioning because of his stats at the local level. Now he decides to go for a big swing.
And he's bowled.
Oh my golly. Why would you play that kind of a shot? Bowled off stump, Bishop strikes. So after, as we said, bigging him up, he fooled all of us. Commentators curse. Eiffel is bowled.
Yep, Bishop gets his second wicket and can't help thinking, Andrew, at this point in time that Barbados are really wasting time here.
I see Workin coming towards the pavilion, but
he's not walking with any energy.
No,
he's not taking his gloves off. He's waiting for the new batsman.
They're going to continue.
Batsman to come out.
New batsman comes to the crease.
I don't think this.
So let's look at the captain there. Very much on our screen there. Craig Brathwaite in the brand name shades, just touching his nose and clapping away. Brathwaite wants to bat until the cows come home. The question we're asking
doesn't make much sense.
Yeah. Do you think the declaration should come now? Roland Butcher says it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Well, Captain Brathwaite, he's the man. He's got to make that decision. But have a look at this. Wow. Naughty shot. Naughty shot by Eiffel. Good camera work by Mr. Green and his team. Thanks to Mr. Blendman, who was leading the team as well. Hope you're enjoying the commentaries that we're providing for you as well. It's on Rush, it's on the stream, it's all over the world, so someone in Pakistan can view the stream, and even Donald Trump, he will watch if he gets the time to. Good old Donald.
Yes, nicely bowled that first delivery by Bishop. So he's got his third wicket.
Well, Shem Holder was involved in a 100-run partnership with Ford in Guyana. Can bat a bit. Plays for Spartan, the local Division 1 competition. Well, but they've been devoted to Division 1, but a club that has been celebrated, a club that has produced some wonderful Test cricketers, being demoted from the elite to First Division. I know they're challenging it, but he plays for Spartan, a club that would have produced people like Sir Wesley Hall, Peter Lashley, Cammy Smith, who's now the oldest West Indian cricketer alive. And of course, in recent vintage, people like Shamar Brooks, Suleiman Ben would have played for them as well.
Can't forget David Holford.
David Holford, the wonderful leg spinner, who always bowled from the southern end of the ground here. There was a lot of debate about which end you should bowl from. And I maybe should invite your thoughts on this, because there's some who feel that the leg spinner at Kensington should bowl from the southern end and not the northern end. Well, here is Lane from the southern end. Roland, does it make a difference?
Well, it depends on the conditions at the time, but Andrew, cricket is played from both ends, so you as a bowler must be prepared to bowl from both ends. Sometimes you have to bowl into the wind, sometimes you bowl with the wind, but you can't just say I'm going to bowl from one end all the time and that's it.
You played a lot with John Embry. Which end did he bowl from?
Well, it depends, as I said again, on this. I mean, if one end is roughed up, right? If say for instance, if you look at the pitch that we're looking at now, if Warwick is going to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander, he will want to bowl from this end, because you can see the rough areas for him to pitch the ball in. Now, if he's bowling from the other end, if you look at the pitch, that you don't see those rough areas. So it depends very much on, you may have a favoured end, but it depends, on what the captain wants from you.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because I know that someone like David Holford, who would have played for Spartan, the club that Holder, who's batting, plays for, and of course went on to captain Barbados successfully. He would have captained you, I believe, and was in contention to captain the West Indies team back in the 70s. The job was given to Rohan Kanai. We'll always remember that. He used to bowl here at Kensington Oval from the Malcolm Marshall end or the southern end of the ground. That's very well played by Holder to get off the mark.
Well, what I do know, Andrew, is that, Harold Eastman is always complaining that Shem bowls from the wrong end. And obviously he'd have his reasons for that.
Yeah. Harold Eastman, of course, the noted statistician. And he was screaming yesterday when Matara was actually bowling from the northern end. He shouted, "Matara, you need to bowl from the south." And he did, in fact, today bowl from the southern end. Low shot of no coming from Holder as Warkan was going for a single. And that was pregnant with danger. No need to give your hand away. What a performance by Jamal Warkan in Pakistan. Said he enjoyed it. He said security was tight. There was a mall attached to the hotel that he stayed at. And when the West Indies team went there, the mall was closed. So it was only the West Indies team shopping. Had an opportunity to go to Pakistan to do some radio commentary along with Michael Holden and Fazir Mohammed, and it certainly was a good time there back in 1997. 577 for 8. Barbados continuing to perform very well at the region's Mecca.
Yes, and obviously Barbados thinking about wanting to bowl with a new ball on the lights. I think that's the only reason why they're prolonging this innings right now. Because these two are not really scoring or can score at a frenetic pace.
So Guyana 94 for 7. Imlak, the captain, 23. Kevin Sinclair's in 7. 94 for 5. Seals has picked up 2 for 34. The big Jamaican fast bowler. I think he's got a bit of gas to him. Good bowler.
Reverse sweep by Warwick and 4.
Yeah, you described it aptly. That's a shot that was played a lot in Pakistan. In terms of the League Cup, 38 minutes gone, Roland. Liverpool 1, Tottenham 0.
Yeah, had to hit that. Had he missed it, I think he would be making his way back to the pavilion. Bowled him.
Oh, what a naughty shot by Walker. He's gone to the hills, as they say. Another wicket for Bishop. Barbados losing another wicket. Walker goes back to the pavilion. And it was indeed not a good shot, given lots of air, almost as if he'd yacked himself there. Good bowling by Bishop.
Yeah, I think the declaration has come now, Andrew, and should have come before, wasted some time there with Warwick and Ifield. But Bishop picks up his 4th wicket. And with Lane, even though they have been gone for over 100 runs, I think they can be quite pleased that on this very placid Kensington Oval pitch, they were still able to get some wickets. Joshua Bishop and Johan Lane. So Barbados declared their innings 581 for 9.
So that's the view of the president's box. Roland would have had a sumptuous lunch there. In fact, we can see Ronald Toppin in the front. He's a former government minister, would have been in Parliament for quite a long time. Now retired. His brother is the CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association, Dr. Roland Toppin, who retires this year. But what a performance by Barbados, 581 for 9 declared, led by the captain who got a double century. Well, started with a lovely drive by Brathwaite to cover, beautifully played away. Well, that was a good catch. Brathwaite just after the break, going for that big shot and was caught under that square leg area. Good catch by Blades. More runs through cover. Beautifully played. Oh, look at that. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Through extra cover. Oh, that was close. But what about that? Rasping drive through cover. Pull shot is not off we see in local cricket or in West Indies cricket, and that was very well bowled indeed. Completely deceived by a slow ball. And again, Lane using the slow ball and getting the wicket. Warkham came to the crease, got off the mark with a boundary. And another good shot wide of mid-on. The reverse sweep came out. Well played. But then this. Eiffel on debut, playing a naughty shot. What about that for sweep shot by Warkan, enjoying his batting. Someone will get the last laugh. Indeed, it was the left arm spinner Bishop as he went through the defence of Warkan. And when that happened, Barbados decided to make the declaration at 581 for 9. Roland Butcher is with me, of course, the former England opening batsman. What a performance by the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, very imposing total. 581 in any cricket is a huge total. I mean, just to make the follow on is, is a massive achievement. So definitely the academy will be under pressure. They've spent almost a day and a half in the field. Not a huge amount of success. Massive total on the board. Now they're expected to come out and bat, and then also bat under lights this evening, which is going to be, a lot more difficult for them. But at the same time, what these young players must remember is that this is a good pitch. It's still a good pitch. Just spend some time at the crease. It will get easier. And once they get in with this Kookaburra ball, which has a very flat seam, doesn't really offer a tremendous amount of movement or help for the faster bowlers. So, you know, there is a chance for some of these young players to get some big scores, just if they've got the appetite to get the big scores. The conditions are right for that, and they should take full advantage of that situation. So, as we said, Barbados 581 for 9 declared in 138.3 overs, and now they've got to do it with the ball.
So what a performance by the Barbados side, batting very, very well, being able to make a declaration. Roland Butcher is with me. Let's look at the Barbados performance, Roland. First of all, yesterday, the action started at 1 o'clock, pink ball. They won the toss and they chose to bat first. Were you surprised by that decision?
Andrew, not at all. I think that was the right decision. Conditions were perfect, really, for batting. And with a pink ball, you want to really bat as much as you can in the daylight. So, you know, Craig Brathwaite would have taken both of those things under consideration and made the option of batting. And obviously, it's proven to be the right one, because at the end of the day, Barbados have scored nearly 600 runs and still having to declare the innings. So they could have got more runs, or they could have declared earlier, but at the same time, it's a very imposing total.
Yeah, and they were off to a good start. McCaskey, who got 49. Brathwaite eventually went on to make a double century. The pitch was good for batting, and Barbados really exploited the very good conditions at Kensington.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it was a very good platform given by McCaskey and Brathwaite. I was very disappointed the way McCaskey got out, really, because the pitch was such a good one against the left-arm spinner, particularly with the field that he had. He just had a mid-wicket and a deep square leg. So there was a single at will. There really was no need to sweep. He played a couple of sweeps, got away with one, and then missed one. So he should have been disappointed, because there was a chance of him getting a big total. But Jonathan Drakes made sure that he got himself 100, and a very good 100 it was, in a good partnership with Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, 117. Jonathan Drakes, who plays for the same club as Craig Brathwaite, the Wanderers Club. By the way, they won the local competition, the Elite, for the first time in 42 years. In fact, when they last won it, Stephen Farmer, who had played with you, the former Barbados all-rounder, was their captain. So it was a long, long wait for them. And I thought he batted well. Age 30 now, his second century at this level. It was a good knock from Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, it was a very good knock. I mean, Jonathan Drakes, I've known him for a long time. He was his under-15 manager, so that can tell you how long ago that was. But it's good to see that he's actually come through. When he started this season very well, got a good total in Guyana in the first game. He continued here in this game. I thought he looked really good yesterday. Played some fabulous shots, and the future looks bright for him even though, as you said, he's 30 now.
So the players are just about to come onto the field, Roland. Barbados in a very strong position. Let's have a quick look at the work of Lane, who bowled pretty well to pick up 4 wickets.
Yeah, I thought Lane, he stuck to his task. It was not an easy thing to bowl on this pitch with a Kookaburra ball. We've said all along what happens with the Kookaburra ball. The lacquer goes off it very quickly, and on a good pitch like this, the seam is very flat, so there's no deviation off the seam. And I thought Lane showed a lot of courage. He kept bowling, he kept trying, and the important thing was that he was improvising as well, because if you notice of his 4 wickets, some of his wickets were taken with slow balls. So, he did very well, and I think this academy can be pleased with the way that he's performed. So the innings for the academy is about to begin after Barbados declared on a massive total of 581 for 9. Very tall order for these young batters.
Well, welcome back again to Oval, the West Indies Academy. Who's looking to get down that deficit. 1 without loss. And as you would expect, a very attacking field for Ford. At the early exchanges to see what the Barbados bowlers will be able to get out of this surface. They'll probably want to make it count with the new ball. And Ford, being one of the newer members of the West Indies side, has done quite well in the white ball format. Here now in first class cricket, albeit with a pink ball. He'd be looking to show his worth in the first class cricket. And that one just dying before it got through to the keeper. So the first over completed for the West Indies Academy. No damage done, 1 without loss.
Ramon Simmons, the bowler at the Malcolm Marshall end.
Ramon Simmons picks up the ball from that Malcolm Marshall end. Left arm over the wicket to Justin Jagassar. 3 slips, the gully in waiting. Behind it quite nicely is Jagassar. We didn't see much movement with ball in hand from the West Indies Academy, but interestingly enough, we're heading into that evening twilight phase, almost where you begin to see the ball maybe just do a bit more. So a perfect opportunity here for Barbados Pride with ball in hand.
And both opening bowlers have the reputation of moving the ball around. Simmons moving it away from the left-hander. Jagassar. Being the left-hander. Sorry, O'Geese is the left-hander. So certainly early on, what Simmons will be trying to do is to just swing that ball back into the right-hander. Try to target those pads. This one just going away with the angle. You know, 3 slips in the gully for Simmons. Just trying to get their positions right. It's always guided by the keeper. And some coaches like the slips to spread out. They say leave room for brilliance.
Driven towards that vacant mid-off region. Should get quite close to the boundary. In fact, hits that rope now. First boundary of the innings.
It should be a confidence boost for Jagassar. Slightly overpitched. It wasn't a long half volley, but overpitched enough. And Jagassar got into the stride, just keeping it away from the mid-off fielder, who's fairly wide, almost like an extra cover position. So there's an inviting gap. So Simmons would not mind that too much.
The luxury that a score like 500 plus allows you is the ability to just go searching a bit longer, to allow for that additional boundary or two because of the possibility of taking a wicket. It's that type of platform that captains enjoy having, because he can ask his bowler to keep going, to keep looking for that wicket-taking delivery. Things look a little different when you only have 250 on the board, or maybe 300, but 500 plus certainly allows them that luxury. O'Geese was a little late in setting off. Direct hit, but he's home safely. The end of that Simmons over. It's 7 without loss.
So no real alarms those first 2 overs. That should be very comforting for the academy team. Everything at the moment seems to be hitting the middle of the bat. Jagassar very confident in getting forward. We spoke about the opening bowlers looking to get some movement with the new ball. And as you said, Joel, you know, where the fast bowlers will be given a little bit of leeway to go searching for that swing. And by doing that, you just maybe bowl slightly fuller to invite the drive, bring those men in the picture there into play.
Yeah, sort of around that type of length, that type of area that Ford is operating on. Not at the moment, Jagisar, though, looking quite solid behind it. And it's so interesting, the two sides of the coin at the moment. Barbados Pride have the luxury of being able to go searching for longer. And because of the mammoth total, West Indies Academy know that they simply have time to bat. You would say yes, scoreboard pressure because of the type of total that it is, but in a way that pressure almost becomes slightly released when you think about the fact that it's a game that should you bat the same amount of time, you're pretty much putting yourselves in a position for a draw. And naturally that is the position that you're going to tell yourself the game should get to as long as the West Indies Academy bat well. So just a case of knowing that this is not a game for us to set up to win from a West Indies Academy perspective. This is a game for us to set up not to lose. It's a case of how long can we bat for. And because of that type of total, it eases that pressure, not necessarily putting it into almost like a practice session type mentality, but simply knowing that spend time at the crease, get your runs. Nobody is going to put the hammer onto you if you spend 200, 250, 300 plus deliveries out there batting.
So put simply, they can bat for 2 days.
I mean, that has to be the approach. I mean, there's no other way to get 600. You definitely can't get it in a day. You certainly can't get it in a session. So in terms of that amount of time, you tell yourself, okay, Barbados Pride has batted almost 2 days to get it. A few of their batters have played some expansive strokes, but by and large, it's been a relatively easy pace inning. So naturally, we too must bat something similar, almost batting 2 days as well. And that puts us to the end of the contest.
Again, confidently forward, Jagisar. Seems very comfortable getting onto that front foot. 7 without loss.
Solid defense. Akeem O'Geist. He's one young man that the West Indies Academy will be looking to stand up and bat. When you think about senior players in the academy side, he is certainly one of them. He spent some time in the academy. He's been exposed to higher levels of training for a longer period of time. Whipped away towards deep backward square leg. Jamel Warrican gets around and puts a solid left boot to it. And they come back for 2. But looking around that camp, in fact, 1 short being signaled by umpire Wright. So just 1 being added to the total. Akeem O'Geist being the guilty party and is running on that occasion. When you think about batters in that side who you're looking to score the bulk of your runs, not just here, but across this year's championship, you're thinking about Akeem O'Geist, you're thinking about Teddy Bishop, because these are the guys that have been with the academy for some time now. so far looks easy and looks unfazed. And once again, we talk about the surface and the fact that there are no demons in it. They think tank up there for the West Indies Academy. Rivaldo Clark with pads on. Behind him, captain Teddy Bishop, who's been short of runs, and I would say too often. Has a perfect chance here, should he find himself at the crease, to get himself a big total. Uppish for a while from Auguste, but safe in the end.
As you said, the batters are looking very comfortable at this stage, and no real evidence of any movement thus far. And that's when, as an opening bowler, you just want to shake up the batsman a bit, wake the pitch up. The ball's hard, you know, no harm in slamming one or two into the pitch to get it up to that uncomfortable height for the batter to see how he will respond.
Just sliding down the leg side on the angle to complete Simmons' second over. It's 8 without loss.
So it will be Matthew Ford to continue. Still got those 4 slips in place.
That's something that they'll have to do as well. Allow a few balls to go through, especially in this first period of play. For them, need to get to that dinner break unscathed, because that mentally is the first box ticked for the West Indies Academy.
Small steps all the way through. Maybe small targets, and you said that would be the first to get to the break.
When you think about the batting performance that they had in that opening encounter versus Leewards, it was a case of wickets fell at regular intervals, a few ill-timed and misjudged shots, but a chance to put that out of their mind and a chance to settle in here again, as you mentioned. Yeah, that first box, if they find themselves batting that next 12, 15 minutes or so without losing a wicket, head back in, reset. It's a case of thinking about how long can they keep Barbados pride in the field for. I think a little earlier, naturally, a lot of the conversation is surrounding, you know, a little 2-for-1 scenario. But can they just simply disrupt that thought a bit by putting together a good batting performance?
Well, as you said, it's about negotiating all that's thrown at them. The 2 opening bowlers so far. Then there's a debutant, Eiffel. And of course, the spinning options. Shem Holder. And the form man for West Indies, Jamal Warrican, who I believe is probably the major threat for the academy.
Yes, certainly the biggest threat will come from the hand of Jamal Warrican. What's the type of pace that he will bowl on this surface? What's the type of purchase that he might be able to get on this surface?
Well, you speak about purchase, but from what we observed, he was more effective with his overspun delivery going with the arm. Again, Jagisar getting that front foot well forward and playing defensively without any trouble whatsoever. So that's 5 overs completed, and the Academy 8 without loss, trailed by some 573 runs. So it'll be Simmons to continue. That one just out off the outer portion of the bat. Going to ground quite quickly. We often speak about moral victories. And slips at the ready. No pressure on that occasion. The ball going further away, but it started wide. Just going away. Simmons just coming back into the first class cricket. Has some injury concerns, but he seems to be working his way back to full fitness. As always, getting some overs in the legs wouldn't do any harm. He'll have his work cut out on this surface. Chance. And we spoke about the slip cordon being at the ready. That was a healthy edge. First time that the batters have really been beaten. A genuine edge. The 4 of them in the slips went between first and second. And I reckon that was a great opportunity.
Yeah, very big opportunity indeed. He needed a bit of fortune as well. Flew pass between first and second slip. On that occasion, flying between first and second, catchable height. Indeed, you'll look back and say that should have been taken. But when you're looking at a mammoth 500 plus score, you're going to need some luck as well. And the luck has gone the way of Jagisar. This time, softer hands. And a misfield from Warrican. It means that they get through for one. Yeah, going back to that patience factor that we talked about, and having to leave a few deliveries, Jagisar on that occasion, just pushing out quite hard in front of the body, hands going away from the body as well, and taking that outside edge. You're going to have to just pull those hands and keep them close to the body, Jagisar, if he plans to get through not just this stage, but also the last session of play. First wicket down. The catch is held by Shem Holder at mid-wicket. In fact, Matthew Ford the one with the hands. So Akim Auguste is the first wicket down.
Simmons thought his luck was not in today, but he'll take them however he comes. Not the best delivery. Auguste, he'll be disappointed. So everybody be looking at this and saying, this is not a bad pitch to bat on. And you really want to cash in, especially during daylight. There'll be some discussion there about the drop catch, but that was on the pads, went quickly to the fielder at forward square, Matthew Ford. Not much of a crowd, but he's happy to get the crowd going.
A new batter to the crease is the captain, Teddy Bishop. Comes in to score at 14 for one, a situation that the West Indies Academy have found themselves in quite often. In round number 1, Bishop had scores of 8 and 23 versus Leeward Islands. So numbers that he certainly wouldn't shout about. And he's under pressure here. 4 slips in the gully in waiting now.
Well, the catch that went between first and second slip just seemed to me as if second slip reacted really late. And I'm just wondering if they're a tad close to the bat.
Feeling for that one, Teddy Bishop. But gets off the mark nonetheless. The end of a successful over. It's 15 for 1.
So Matthew Ford will be looking to emulate his bowling partner. He'll want to get something into the right-hand column of his figures. I must say at this juncture it looks quite tame out there. I just find it strange that with at the start of an innings, a new batter as well, that there's no real aggression from the bowler.
Well, on first glance, you wondered if that one may be kept a little low, but then you also look at Teddy Bishop and say maybe you could have come forward to that one. Of course, Matthew Ford in that first game in Guyana picked up a 5-wicket haul. 5-wicket haul on debut. He'll be hoping that similar fortunes can favour him here today.
Well, Teddy Bishop is clearly the type of player that likes to stay back on the crease. And he gives the impression that the ball has stayed down, but they look to be good length deliveries that ordinarily you'd be looking to come forward. And maybe Ford is aware of that and is probably taking the ball up a little bit further than he normally would. Of course, that gives it every opportunity to do something.
A bit of shape back in the angle from Matthew Ford there. Probably just bouncing over that off stump as well. So he's excited with what's happening here, what he's seeing. once again, just holding back there, as you would have mentioned. It's going to be very interesting because just that magic delivery from Ford, that's just going to probably be just closer than, let's say, that 4 meter mark. So going anywhere about that 3 meter mark or so. Any movement on his feet naturally might be out of position. Teddy Bishop, given how he's hanging back, might have a chance for an LBW shout.
Yeah, he gets very square indeed. I suppose it's okay when it's hit in the middle of the bat. Well, he survived that one. There's now 7 overs completed. It's 15 for 1.
What it also means is that it's dinner time here at Kensington Oval. So West Indies Academy, they still trail by some 566 runs in pursuit of 581 for 9 declared by Barbados Pride. They are 15 for 1. Well, an interesting second session of play here at Kensington Oval, a session in which we saw Barbados Pride pile on the runs, a session in which we saw Captain Craig Brathwaite reach a double 100 and then was dismissed off the bowling of Johan Lane. Lane in the end picked up some 4 wickets. But Barbados Pride, they're the ones that'll be smiling as we head to dinner here on day number 2. We take a break, and when we come back, there'll be more action from the West Indies Championship, round number 2, day number 2, right here between the Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy.
A trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
How much does Kimara have left on the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I've left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything up on the field of play. When I come off, I must say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. 2 guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks. No problem.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills. And that has worked for me from my whole career, and obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah. Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, where you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. It is something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I'd liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed. And we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch. We did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw. His humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be sort of at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just want to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff. And it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you? If you had to look back on your career, it could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what like pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like that period is like I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, start with you, Court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always said people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in the dressing room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times. Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know it's one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Roach. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pads. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about an order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
So it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
he has 16. And he's right up in the
right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his great. But the main four is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the
that.
four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Lastly, I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you've retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
2024, the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him and matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. Yet another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in the West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangu pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to playing for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list A level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. and I told him the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
top.
Oh, Roti can be one.
What do you mean?
What you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No homo.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there?
Why feet up?
Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
We get ready now for the final session of play on day number 2. Ball in the hand of Ramon Simmons. And this one's worked backward. Point to it. Jamel Warrican does the fielding. So the West Indies Academy resume on 15 for 1. Still trailing by some 566 runs. It's going to be a very interesting session of play for them. Captain Teddy Bishop is out there, and alongside of him, Justin Jagassar. 3 slips and a gully for Simmons. Just before we went to the dinner break, Jagassar was put down at second slip. In fact, can't even say put down as the ball passed between first and second slip. He's gone to life already, Jagassar, off the bowling of Ramon Simmons. As I say, good evening to Andrew.
So what do you make of young Jagassar? He's come to the crease. He's 10. He looks an organised player. And faced 26 balls, 15 for 1. But if, of course, is a time now that Barbados, with the lights coming on, want to maximise with their fast bowlers. We saw yesterday the academy only got 2 wickets. Barbados would want to get a lot more. They've got an aggressive field, 3 sips in the gully.
Yeah, certainly we'll be hunting wickets at this stage. Barbados pride in the field setting gives you an indication of that. Of course, with a platform of 581 as well, allows them the opportunity to search a bit longer, to go a bit fuller for longer, can afford a boundary or 2 in pursuit of the wickets as well.
Yeah, you're right. And as you said, with 581 runs, you can afford to have such an aggressive field. They would want to end day 2 in a very strong position.
Yeah, certainly. Looking to apply that pressure to the youngsters of the academy. Who, when you look at the first run when they played Leeward, then bat the best. When you look at maybe a couple of their batting performances as well across the longer format of the game, haven't necessarily always accumulated the types of totals that you would have hoped. So looking one at the fact that they have the more experienced bowlers, looking at the fact that they have the pressure in terms of the total to maybe take maybe another 2-3 in this final session of day number 2. Did that carry? That's the big question. Hands in the air and just maybe fell short of Jamel Warrican. An exciting start to the first over on the resumption after the break. It is 15 for 1.
Just got the feeling there that it was more in hope than expectation when Warrican had an appeal. It was not an appeal that you would take that seriously. He was just hoping the ball would have dropped in front of him. He made a good effort to take it. And the umpire agreed that the ball had actually dropped in front of him. Matthew Ford to continue. Has been decent. Good length in line. Not a great deal of movement, but his control has been very good.
Clipped away quite nicely. Work to be done by Simmons. But just to think about Jagassar, and in fact, he's living quite dangerously, going quite hard at the ball. Just before we went to the dinner break, I would have mentioned the fact that took the outside edge with the hands going away from the body, looking for a drive through the offside. was put down in the slip cord, and this time driving again and uppish just short of Jamal Warrican. So exciting signs for Barbados Pride, but in terms of Jagassar, probably just needs to pull back a bit in terms of how he's going, how hard he's going at that ball outside of the off stump.
You're correct in your assessment there. And earlier, Simmons was able to get that ball to leave him. And with very hard hands, the ball went between first and second slip for 4. But I'm impressed with the control of Ford here.
He's been on the money, you would say, from ball 1 now into his 5th over. So 4 overs he had before we went to that dinner break. And when you think about the lines and lengths that he bowled, yeah, quite good from him. When you think about probably about the over and a half that he bowled to Teddy Bishop. Given how Bishop is playing, you would say he's been pinning him back, but instead, no, Bishop has just been opting to hang back, and I think that in itself is exciting Matthew Ford, and potentially just looking for that slightly fuller one that's on the stumps and maybe pinning Bishop.
In his first match at this level for Barbados, he not only got 82, but he got 5 wickets in the second innings against the Harpy Eagles. So it was a good game for him personally, but as you know, Barbados lost to the Eagles, who are actually struggling now against the CCC at the end of the second day.
Yeah, it certainly was a good debut for Matthew Ford, as you mentioned, picked up 5 with the ball as well. Different conditions here at Kensington, but as we mentioned, the fact that that mammoth target on the board just applies that bit more pressure to the West Indies Academy. Clipped away off the legs from Bishop. Just a single to close out the over. It's 17 for 1.
So Ramon Simmons will continue the attack for Barbados. 2 years ago, he came on the scene and really bowled very well, looking to come back. What I remember about him was that he was hitting the bat very, very hard indeed and had a bit more pace, but of course he had an injury. So we really hope that he can come back. Not often that you see the left-arm fast bowler being used in regional cricket. We've got a couple, but surely 2 years ago he looked like one that if he continued by now would have been pretty close to the summit, as they would say.
Lovely looking drive from Bishop. That's going to be his first boundary.
He looks so easy at the crease, Bishop. Very slender. Times the ball beautifully. I mean, when you see that getting right across the stumps, look at that beautiful shot.
Yeah, Simmons won't be too disheartened by that one, though. Would be excited to see Bishop. You're looking to go through the cover region. 3 slips in a gully and waiting should he find the edge. Settles in nicely in behind it. Bishop, he's got a big task on his hands. We mentioned earlier that he's the senior statesman, you would say, in this West Indies Academy setup. And he is the man that they're looking to when it comes to the bulk of their run scoring. Opts to let that one go through. Thinking about this final session, Andrew, they've already lost 1 wicket. What am I really thinking here of the West Indies Academy? Just about 2 hours or so of play in this final period.
Well, I think they would want to get through this period not losing wickets, because this is the period, you know, under the lights you tend to lose a lot of wickets. Barbados yesterday only lost 2. So I think it's vitally important that they don't be end of the day, say 5 wickets down. A lot has been said about Teddy Bishop as a batsman, and looks very organized. Looks like the kind of player that times the ball beautifully. And we've seen that already. Jagasar looks an organized player, although he's had 1 or 2 slices of luck. On the other hand, Barbados will want to use these conditions on the lights to try to get as many wickets as possible, and I'll be quite keen to see what happens when Warwick, the left-arm spinner, comes into the attack.
Back of a length from Simmons to complete the over. 10 gone, 23 for 1. Probably about the second or third time that we've seen repairs being done to that crease area, that landing area for the right-handed bowlers over the wicket. Forward to continue. Questions being asked and adjudged in front. So Matthew Ford picks up the 2nd wicket for the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, the batsman looks disappointed at that. Played across it. Struck on the pad. I think he's unlucky there. That looks to me to be sliding down the leg side, I'm afraid. The umpire gave it. I'd love to see that again, gentlemen. But based on what I've seen on the monitor, I think that's going down the leg side.
It was always going to be interesting, and I mentioned it in terms of Matthew Ford potentially just going a bit fuller in the opportunity to wrap Teddy Bishop on the pads. Interesting in terms of impact, but umpire Williams believed that it was going on probably to clip the leg stump.
Yeah, I think he's been undone there with that. That would have clearly missed the leg stump, I'm afraid.
2nd wicket goes down against the captain, the big man in Teddy Bishop. And it now brings Rivaldo Clark to the crease under a bit of pressure here at 23 for 2. So early pressure on the West Indies Academy, a situation that they didn't want to find themselves in. Two of their most experienced batters now back in the hut in Akeem Ogis and Teddy Bishop. You don't want to say that they're staring down the barrel at the moment, but another wicket or two down and they'll find themselves in dire straits. Need to build a partnership, need to find a form of resistance here. Can it be Clark and Jagassar to do it for them? Edge found, but falls just short of third slip. And they're coming back for 2 now. The Pacers for Barbados Pride. I think doing well here under the lights. That couple opens up the account for Rivaldo Clark. This one looks as if maybe just sliding down the leg side. A good shout though from Ford. And umpire Williams agrees. In terms of height, certainly wasn't a question. Yeah, just clipping the outside of that front pad. But he's working up some good steam here. Matthew Ford asking a question or two. Final ball now of his over. And it's left outside the off stump. A successful over comes to an end. It's 25 for 2. Ground. Gorgeous pictures that we always get here from Kensington Oval as we transition from day to night. A change of bowling now, and it's going to be the debutant Jamar Eiffel for his first time with ball in hand. Starts back of a length. Obviously just wants to get himself into a bit of a rhythm here. Many thought that they would see Eiffel bounding in here in round number 2 of the West Indies Championship. But of course a couple injuries struck the Barbados Pride camp and opened up an opportunity for this young man to be here. What a moment it is for him, what a moment it is for his family and supporters to see him running in at Kensington Oval with the crest of Barbados Pride on his chest. The only thing sweeter than this would be to pick up his first wicket. His captain certainly supporting him in terms of the field that he's setting. And a bit of a change to that field now, as it appears a man might go under the helmet as well. Jonathan Drakes seems to be the one going in front of the bat. In fact, no changing that plan now. Just a bit of a wait for Eiffel as they decide who is going to be the one under the helmet. And now the correct helmet makes its way onto the field. So instead of Drake's under the helmet, it's going to be Demetrius Richards, who originally many thought might be the keeper in this encounter. But instead, Nico Boulter is the one with gloves in hand. So we're back to 3 slips of gully, and now a man under the helmet. And that one is kept low. Oh, wow, how lucky not to have cannon into the stumps. And we did talk about that variable bounce as we go through this encounter. How much will it play a part in the wickets that fall here at Kensington Oval? That one never got up. And the batter never wants to see that. Bowling what you would say to be a heavy ball is Jamar Eiffel. He started well here. I think that one thing that settled the nerves probably the fact that he's had time to sit down and watch things, got a chance to have a swing with the bat as well, got a couple runs to his name, got settled, you would say, across the first day and a half or so, and now a chance with ball in hand. Just gets that one wrong and immediately sends a quick apology.
You were quite keen to see Jamar Eiffel on debut. In fact, Keith Holder gave us a stat that in 6 seasons of local cricket, he's only picked up 34 wickets. So I suppose the selectors have seen something that we didn't see. What do you know about him, having watched him play elite cricket? Is he slippery? He's not the type that will come and maybe bowl at 90 miles an hour, but I think he's quick enough to present a problem or two. 25 for 2.
Yeah, you would certainly say the selectors have probably seen something. Granted, as I mentioned a little earlier, I don't think many would have expected to see him out here in round number 2, but because of the injuries that you had to the likes of, let's say, like a Jar McAllister, looking around, they decided that Eiffel was the missing piece to the puzzle. I wouldn't necessarily say I've seen a lot of him across BCA cricket. I've actually more so seen him in the likes of the BIM 10 competition. And from what I've seen, he seems to have something about him, and that's just obviously a very small sample size for me, so I can't necessarily weigh in too heavily on him.
No, but I agree with you. Joel, I've seen him play in local cricket. I think he's sharpish, and I think he's good enough to play at this level. And in fact, so far, he's hustled the batsman in his first over. Rivaldo Clark, who plays for the Gladiola team in elite cricket in Barbados, cousin of the former West Indies all-rounder Ashley Nurse, player highly thought of. In fact, there are many who feel that he might have actually got it into the Barbados side as the keeper. Instead, Richards got the job.
a bit of a leading edge at that time. It's very interesting because it almost reminded me somewhat of the dismissal of Jonathan Drake's. He was looking to play a ball down the leg side, turned the bat face a little too early, took a leading edge, and ended up being caught and bowled. And it was also under the lights last night after he looked quite good during the day.
This has been a good spell by Ford, though. He's not quick, but I like his control. He's spot on. Look at that. Bang on target. And that's the kind of bowling that will build pressure. And you would think now that with the lights very much in effect, he'll be able to get a bit more movement. Looks pretty fit, Matthew Ford. Very pleasant personality, always smiling. And a good all-rounder. Thought he batted very well in Guyana, 82, then he gave his hand away.
Pulled away convincingly as well. That's a good shot from Rivaldo Clark, his first boundary of the innings.
We'll have to bigging him up, really. He bowled a short ball, no pace, just a gentle medium pace, and that was, as you said, helped away, banged in short, coming inside of his stumps. Lovely roll of the wrist there, and that's very well played down to backward square for 4.
He's a batter that enjoys playing his shots, Rivaldo Clark. He's going to have to be very selective, though, how he goes about it, especially in this last session of the day. Wouldn't want to necessarily present a chance to Barbados Pride. The end of that over, it is 30 for 2.
So Jamar Eiffel will bowl his second over. The chairman of selectors, former Barbados fast bowler Broom, said he was very impressive in the trials. I actually got into the side because of an injury to McAllister. McAllister, the quickest bowler in local cricket, can bowl at 90 miles an hour. Samar Holder, who would have played a test match in New Zealand after one game, was omitted from the squad.
Good work being done by McCasey, just getting around and putting his body on the line. And that's what you want to see as well, that ability to build up pressure through good fielding moments to back up your bowlers, something that we talked about and hope to see from the Western Academy when they were placed under the pump. Could they find that measure of inspiration in the field to stop a couple of the ones to create a half chance or two? An attempt at a pull was almost stuffed in the attempt. Survives Rivaldo Clark.
I think the ball got onto him a little bit quicker than he anticipated. As he rehearses that shot now, Rivaldo Clark. No doubt about his ability. There are many who feel he's got the ingredients to go to the top. But that ball was banged in short on the back. That got onto him quickly and just over the head of the faded forward short leg. That could have gone anywhere.
Certainly a very skiddy bowler, Jamar Eiffel. you don't necessarily tell yourself that you'll be getting bouncers at head height, but in terms of what we say, you know, he bowls a heavy ball in terms he gets onto the batter just a little quicker than they might expect, catches them out of position.
There were many who were very surprised by his selection, but having seen him, I could understand why the selectors picked him. It's a lovely outswinger, finding the outer portion of the bat down to backward point. And his captain giving him a lot of support. He's got 3 sips and the gully. Think about Eiffel, he looks pretty fit as well.
Solid behind it is Jagasar. Just 1 run in the over. It's 31 for 2. A change of ends for young Ramon Simmons. He's now going to operate from the Joel Garner end. Left arm over the wicket to Rivaldo Clark. 3 slips, a gully. Yeah, this one's clipped out towards the mid-wicket. Picked up the first wicket of the evening, the wicket of Aki Mogis. I've got the pleasure of now having Hendy Wallace alongside of me to take us through the next period of play.
Thank you so much, Joe. You had a lengthy spell there.
It would appear somebody heard I love to talk.
At least you're making sense, so that helps.
We try, Hendy, we try. Similar to how the West Indies Academy batters are trying at the moment. A small partnership brewing here between Rivaldo Clark and Justin Jagasar. It's a case of navigating a very tricky passage of play for them, and so far, so good.
Yeah, they don't seem to be too troubled. Teddy Bishop's dismissal, he looked to be a tad unlucky. But certainly he thought he was unlucky.
That one appeared to surprise Rivaldo Clark. Just a touch, whether or not is a case of it bounced a little more than he expected, or maybe just shaped back in a touch off the surface, but in the end, navigated it.
Yeah, change of ends as well for Ramon Simmons. So he will obviously have to line up his deliveries a little bit differently, coming from the Joel Garner end, and now deciding to go around the wicket.
End of that Simmons over, just one from it. And score 32 for 2.
Rivaldo Clark on strike. That first over from Jamar Eiffel looked quite encouraging. He's touted to be one of the quickest on the island.
Brilliant from Clark. Placement perfection. And his balance was all too good.
Well, that's the thing about the ball coming onto the bat, the faster bowlers. If you're not going to extract and bounce, then a batter like Clark stood very tall there in playing that fortune shot off the back foot. Not a great deal of flourish, but again, the head just in line, nice high elbow, and the timing was quite delightful.
A much fuller length this time from Eiffel, a very vacant space in that cover region. 3 slips, a gully, a man at backward point. Just the solitary man in front of square on the offside. Had a short cover in the form of the captain, Craig Brathwaite. So enough bat on anything in that cover region, and it probably will run away for 4. It's so interesting that length is similar to what he bowled with the ball that went for 4, but the line now was the real difference there. And if you could just hold that line, it's really built up a bit of pressure on Clark here.
Yeah, spot on there, Joel. He just brought that line in, not much in it. You know, you have to be 6 inches or so in line, and then it sort of forces the batter to operate in a defensive mode unless he's going to manufacture a stroke. It's a tight run. Didn't pick it up, but you just suspect with a clean pickup, it would have needed a direct hit, because I don't think Eiffel would have been able to get back to the stumps in time. But you just suspect with a clean pickup, had he hit the stumps, I suspect that Clark would have been struggling.
Certainly would have been tight there. Set off relatively late for that single, if I think about it. He was also on the back foot as well, a clean pickup. And yeah, things could have been dicey. Oh, what a take from Lanico Boucher going down the leg side. Skip, grab. I think the bowler certainly appreciates the effort.
Well, there's an immediate apology from Eiffel. He realized it was a bit wayward. He'll be striving for that extra bit of pace. And that's what he's been brought into the team to provide. Looking for that sort of shock bowler.
Five runs in the over. It's 37 for 2. You might say maybe Simmons gets away with that one. A fine glance on that. And fine leg region relatively vacant. You think about where the man is positioned in Jamar Eiffel, very wide at fine leg, and so wide that he's not even in that camera shot that you're seeing there at the moment. So any bit of a glance on that one, our camera crew says, we'll help you out there, Joel. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, the only danger in trying to play the ball too fine, especially when there's extra pace, is that sometimes it can go too fine. And often we've seen what we call the strangle down the leg side. And getting it so fine, the keeper is within the reach of the keeper. And that's one of the more disappointing dismissals that batters experience. And you're just trying to be too delicate. So sometimes you're better off that you miss it and let it go by.
Well, that ball certainly kept low. They make that maybe 3 deliveries now in this session. They were talking about the bunks. You think about 581 on the board, you think about a second innings for the West Indies Academy. Things could get tricky, things could get dicey.
And remember, they were in the field for a long time, so sometimes the concentration levels can just wane. Think about Jagisar is how he's so comfortable getting right onto the front foot, almost with a full stride. And maybe the bowlers don't feel comfortable enough in trying to push him back. Got those 2 men fairly short on either side of the wicket with the short extra cover and the short mid wicket.
Might be a little disappointed there. A low groan of agony from Jagisar. It's one of those balls that you would say leveled out for that type of a pull shot.
And that's what I'm saying, because he has this propensity to press onto the front foot so early. When he's faced with a slightly shorter length with some bounce, he has to make the adjustment. And you see those 2 fielders either side of the wicket, the short extra cover on the offside and the short mid-wicket, short forward square. They're really for that uppish delivery, uppish shot, I should say. Again, good delivery there from Simmons to end the over. Short delivery. And you would say it was negotiated by Jagisar, but maybe not comfortably. 38 for 2. Still that slip cordon in place, and that close catcher on the onside. As the Barbados Pride still hunting for wickets.
When it's wide of the off stump like that, you don't get too concerned as a batter when you think about the type of bunks that you're getting, but it's when balls begin to keep low that are wicket to wicket. I just wonder if that's something that Jamar Eiffel can begin to explore in terms of that similar length wicket to wicket. What happens when he hits down there? Goes Fuller and driven by Clark. Work to be done by Craig Brathwaite. After the work that he has done across a day and a half, I can tell you he's not looking to run too many too often.
Well, he's put himself in a position where he doesn't have much support. It's just him in the offside in front of square. But I suppose he wants to position himself so that he can have close proximity to his bowler just for communication, so that the game plan is explained for Eiffel to execute.
Gets on top of that one nicely. Does Clark. Protection though. Deep backwards square leg. Still just wondering with regards to the length, and see what I saw when that ball from that Malcolm Marshall end did on a good length just outside of the off stump. Couple kept low. Just want to know what happens if it gets a bit straighter on that length, if it keeps slowing cannons into the pads. Just they're playing over that one. Jagasar, so outside that off stump, you're realizing that not necessarily the type of bounce that you'd be hoping to get as a batter. A few inspections of the pitch, a bit of a conversation as well, but just naturally where my brain goes, it goes, okay, does that happen when I'm wicket to wicket? If it does, get 3 deliveries there, there's probably going to be one that the batter does not get the bat down on in time.
There's no question that the bounce is a lot lower at this stage. And Jagasar has faced 47 deliveries already. So in fairness to him, he's probably got over that tricky period at the start of the innings. Still a lot of work to do, but at least he's been there from the start.
And this time a little extra pace bursting through the gloves of Boucher. 3 runs from the over. It's 41 for 2. I've got a question for you, Handy, and I guess you could probably answer as we go through the next over from Ramon Simmons. But in the last session of play yesterday, we saw predominantly seamers in operation. Here now from Barbados Pride, obviously the ball's still relatively new. We're seeing the seamers in operation. Just wonder at any stage in this last session, you maybe consider the likes of maybe a Jamel Warrican for a couple overs in this one?
Yeah, I don't have to think very long about that. Absolutely. For a couple of reasons. Come back to it after this ball. First and foremost, he is a wicket taker in regional cricket. So he's the go-to man for the captain most of the time. He also helps the over rate. He affords the captain that opportunity to tie up one end. He can either perform a holding role, but in doing that, he also is a wicket taker. So that's a bonus for any captain. And probably what is most important is the fact that he's in this rich vein of form coming off the international tour to Pakistan. So each of the seamers have had a spell. Well, Simmons in his second spell. So I believe that the Barbados Pride will want to at least have one seamer going all the way through until stumps, or maybe up until the last 3 or 4 overs. and it may be an opportunity then for Warwick to get into the attack and then rotate the others from another end. Of course, there's also the option of Shem Holder bowling his finger spin, his off spin. So at some point in time, he might probably get to wheel the arm over as well.
Well, I guess at some stage we'll see whether or not that is the plan or those are the tactics for Barbados Pride at the moment. Their seamer is doing a good job of keeping things quiet. They picked up 2 wickets. Already hunting and searching for more. Just 1 man removed from that slip corner region. So instead of 3 slips in the gully, just 3 slips in operation. With Ron Simmons coming left arm around the wicket. Jagasar continues to be solid with bat in hand.
You just keep an eye on Jagasar because he gets onto the front foot so early. It's almost before the ball's release. So on an odd occasion, he finds himself with the bat slightly away from the pad, which leaves a little bit of a gap. So I'm sure that the bowlers have recognized that, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Simmons has opted to come around the wicket. No problems on that occasion. The bat and pad was very close together, but ever so often we see him just playing slightly away from the body. The ball is still hit in the middle of the bat, but any little blemishes like that, bowlers can look out for. And we saw him in the previous over 2 fault shots against Eiffel. And sometimes the extra pace can bring and force these mistakes. But every time there's a mistake like that, Captain Brathwaite there will be thinking maybe I can give my fast bowler another over.
And I think about maybe who the likes of Jagasar and Clark might want to be facing. You might tell yourself they might prefer to be facing the seamers. And here, as you mentioned, the thought of Jamel Warrican in the form that he's in presents a slightly different challenge. A bit more wear and tear on the surface as well. Pulled away. That very, very wide fine leg. And Jamar Eiffel gets around to do the fielding. Just 1 to complete the 19th over. It's 44 for 2. Looks as if Kevin Wickham is marking out his run up for a bit of a right arm over.
The ball change on the ball from Marshall. It's Kevin Wickham.
Well, just for viewers, maybe a little bit surprised because Wickham normally would bowl some wrist spin. He's not the worst at the medium pace, and again, this may just be influenced by the fact that it's under the lights and Captain Brathwaite just looking to see what Wickham could possibly get out of this surface, or in these conditions, I should say. He's got 3 slips in the gully, which is probably flattering.
In front of point. Work for Warwick, but he won't get there. First boundary for some time. But you can say with the time spent at the crease, Jagasar has earned it.
Well, I think he's been able to deal with the faster deliveries of Eiffel. And this one was a bit of bounce, but he got on top of the bounce. Again, pressing onto the front foot, so driving on the up, middling it and timing it.
Well, one of those slips comes out now and goes to just forward a point. A loud appeal, but no, says the umpire. Maybe just rush Jagasar a bit on that occasion.
It was a bit of a stifle appeal. I just wondered if there was a bit of bat involved as well. But certainly the ball did come back into him. Yeah, clearly going down the leg side. And again, the keeper, you can check the movement of the keeper as a guide. Wickham learning from his mistake of bowling a little too wide of off stump. Bowling between wicket and wicket.
I think at his pace, that's where he needs to be. Just wicket to wicket. Occasionally just wide of the off stump, given the 3 slips that he has with him. Appears as if maybe asking a question about that ball, Captain Craig Brathwaite. A brisk over from Wickham comes to an end. It's 48 for 2. So Matthew Ford finds its way back into the attack. So operating primarily with the seamers. And once again, Captain Craig Brathwaite just asking a question about that ball. Still making its way through the ring, it seems. No, in fact. Yeah, it's still good. So must continue with it. So trusting his seamers to take him through the early exchanges of this final session here. Continues to be solid in defense of Aldo Clark. If he's able to find himself batting through the rest of the session, he can go home and sleep knowing that he's got 4 hours of sunshine to bat in tomorrow, and how much he capitalize on that, knowing the conditions that we've had across the first day and 3 quarters. It's all about earning that right to bat in the sunshine, I guess.
Maybe we can say that's an incentive. Batting in the sunshine. But, as you mentioned there twice, Captain Brathwaite asked the umpires to have a look at the ball, and then umpire Jackie Williams then got the ring to test the shape. It may be something that's a concern. And we see a slight change in the field here, where another field has been brought over from the offside to the leg, and the one going back on the boundary on the leg side. I suspect that ploy is to probably target the stumps, as you've been asking for, Joel, to bowl that line, a very straight line at the stumps, with any variable bounce, it means it can bring the LBW or the ball into play. And there's also, with the pitch maybe playing a little bit slower, having those two men either side of the pitch means that any uppish shots will bring them into play.
Yeah, certainly keeping yourself in the conversation, that wicket-to-wicket line. I actually think to really West Indies Academy play majority of their cricket at Coolidge, and we get to day 2 at Coolidge and day 3 at Coolidge. It's all about that wicket-to-wicket line, and because of the inconsistent bumps, a good early call from Rivaldo Clark. It means that they scamper through for 1. Thinking of the second, but well advised against it by Jagasar. A small chance and a small moment to rotate these strikes, something that they've not done for some time.
And Clark like a cat on a hot tin roof. And Jagasar just having a quick chat with him, say, just cool your numbers, man. Take it easy. Remember, 4 hours in the sunshine tomorrow. Very important.
Lets that one slide by. 21 overs bowled, 49 for 2. And a time and a chance to take drinks here in the final session of play on day 2. This round 2 championship action between the West Indies Academy and Barbados Pride.
So Wickham to continue again from the Malcolm Marshall end. little ambitious there with the short ball. We'll see how long this experiment lasts. There's a bit of a drizzle at the moment, so the ground staff is at the ready. It's always difficult to tell if the rain is coming. You actually, at night, you have to wait until it starts. So we've got a very light drizzle in there. They're just ready waiting for the word from the two foreign umpires from Jamaica. So no local knowledge there to work on.
Placement from Clark. Opened the face nicely on that one. He's continuing to look good here at the crease.
He's in total control.
That's the 50th.
I wouldn't exactly call it the frightening pace of Kevin Wickham.
That's the 7th boundary.
It's another boundary to Clark. Brings up the 50 for the academy.
Just looked easy at the crease since coming. Rivaldo Clark didn't look too flustered at the fact that he lost 2 early wickets. Just opened the face nicely on that one. No man back. Third man or on the point boundary, and because of that, raises away quite nicely. This time driven down the ground. And the chase is on. Good work, you would say, being done by Richards to get there.
It's good work in the outfield. Saves a run. And sometimes you say, well, you know, for all that hard work. But what it does, it puts the other batter on strike. And having been struck for 4 and then a 3, Wickham now has a chance at the other batter.
Goes into the surface to complete an over in which 7 runs came. It's 56 for 2.
Clark looking very composed indeed. Not afraid to play shots, and shots like that. Very well executed, and it played it so confidently and so competently.
A very easy pace track here, Matthew Ford. You wouldn't necessarily say guilty because the field is set for it, but it's all about the execution of Rivaldo Clark. Pace on it from Matthew Ford, and adequately dealt with from Clark. And this time, an even better shot. Might not have the legs to go to the boundary, but just the positions that he's getting himself into, and good work in forcing the 3 as well. So things starting to tick along now for the academy.
Always satisfying when you're scoring on both sides of the wicket. Two lovely shots. The hook shot for 6, and then the forcing shot off the back foot through the offside. What will Ford do now? Jagasar on strike this time.
Oh, Jagasar handles his short ball as well, opting though to pull it down in comparison to Rivaldo Clark.
Yes, Jagasar being a little bit more cautious. They're 2 men back. And they were there as well for Clark, but Clark was very confident that he could clear the boundary. Might be worth the while for Ford to test him again, maybe a little bit higher. Not quite high enough.
Bang, bang, goes Rivaldo Clark. Anything short, he will latch onto.
Probably needed a fielder, 4 rows back in the stand there where Warwican is picking up the ball. But yeah, not quite getting it high enough. You know, that was just about chest height, and beautifully played, getting the arms fully extended. And maybe 4 rows back wouldn't have been enough.
Opts to go fuller, but damage done in the over. 23 bowled, it's 72 for 2. Off the outer edge of the bat. Not in control, but the result is one that Jagasar will still enjoy. This partnership continues to build for the West Indies Academy and now reaches 53. Just pushing at that one. Finds his way past Zaki McCaskey at gully, intersecting between Warwican at point as well. It prompts a change in the field. Fine leg now comes around to 3rd man.
Well, it's looking more like a one-day field. So strange field here with the 3 slips and a short cover. A backward point. So the 3 slips there. So maybe looking to bowl a short ball outside off stump.
A bit of aggression from Wickham. And that's always what you would get from, he's a really excitable, is that a correct word? I think so. I think it is, I'll have to Google it, but I'm going to go with an excitable character is Kevin Wickham.
Yes, a character full of excitement. match with aggression. Anyway, he's doing a job here for his captain. Bowling a very heavy ball, as we would say. Not terribly quick, but accurate, and keeping the batters honest. So the drizzle we spoke about earlier has subsided. So the ground staff have gone back into relaxed mode. I know we spoke about this earlier. Warwick Khan will be asked to play a part. Past the outside edge. And those little things, you know, just gives a little bit of encouragement. This 24 overs completed. It's now 76-4-2. You see helmets coming. That's normally a clue. And that clue is that this man is coming into the attack. We spoke about it quite a bit. We'll see what effect he will have on the approach. First of all, what he can get out of this surface, and what effect it will have, whether psychologically or otherwise, on the academy batters. Jamel Warrican coming into the attack. Interestingly enough, he's got a man in the deep just out of our picture, near side at long on. Maybe he expects something from Clark. And sometimes, you know, field on the boundary can be considered an attacking ploy. What we call the release shot is taken away from the batter.
I'm enjoying the pace at which Warrican has started these first two deliveries. It's a pace that makes the batter wait, makes them almost attempt to force something to happen. That one looks good. Where did that hit? Because I'm not sure it's missing anything. On first glance, it looked as if struck in line, going on to crash into the stumps. I might need to blink twice or three times. I think they were convinced with that one.
Actually, I thought he was bold, but maybe the saving grace might have been the height. That's the only thing that may have come into the equation. Umpire Williams saying not out.
They're saying height and maybe saying where did it hit in terms of impact, because it had to be slightly outside the off stump. I think that's probably the only thing that could have been a saving grace for Valdo Clark.
So that's enough doubt. You thought it was side line, I thought it was too high.
That's the thing, I don't think I thought it was outside either. The end of an exciting Jamel Warrican over. It's 77 for 2.
$77 for 2. And this was the one in the last over that just had a shout. I think I withdraw my initial opinion. I don't think it was I don't think it was going over, and it certainly wasn't going under. So I will go with your call, Joel. That umpire probably thought or saw it as being struck just outside the line, playing a shot.
Well, Jamar Eiffel comes back into the attack now. And he's greeted with the boundary off the bat of Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah, nothing really behind that one from Eiffel. That was a real loosener. And Clark is seeing the ball so well now. Almost had to wait a bit for that delivery. And just helped it around. Not the full-blooded hook, just helped it around. And bisecting the two fielders in the deep.
Well, the crowd is excited. That is a shot of class and a half from Rivaldo Clark. Takes him to 50. Well deserved and appreciated right here at Kensington Oval.
And what a way to bring up the 50. Elegant looking square drive. And that 50 in the fair clip. And some 53 deliveries. 5 4s and 2 6s. All this talk about batting on the lights. What lights? I can't wait for the 4 hours in sunlight tomorrow.
Sure, because if he looks this good here tonight, the conversation has been it's been relatively easy to bat over the first 2 sessions of the day. Amano drops back onto the point boundary. Just narrowly evades those 2 helmets on the field. But a cat's whisker, you would say.
Yeah, difficult take there for the keeper. Delivery not carrying to Boucher. And trying to scoop it up on the second bounce, just eluding him. The keepers just hate that when it doesn't carry, because then they feel as if they have to make the adjustment as to how far back they're standing. Chakasar just trying to deal with that short ball, and the umpire is looking a little concerned. Just wonder if maybe I thought it got him on the body, but maybe unless it hit the body and then hit the helmet. Of course, the umpires are instructed to do the concussion test when there's any severe contact on the helmet. Bit more pace there from Eiffel to finish the over. So that's now 26 overs completed. We had some entertainment in that over from Clark, who has moved on to his half century. And the Academy, now 86 for 2.
Long lunge forward from Rivaldo Clark. There's a man under the helmet forward short leg. And Demetrius Richards. It's going to be an interesting challenge here facing Jamel Wark, and given what we've seen in terms of the bunks previous over, a loud and close shout was turned down. Gets back and cracks that one. Great use of the crease from Clark. He's growing from strength to strength in this innings.
Similar to the one when there was a shout, but this time executing very well, getting very deep in his crease and playing that pull shot. Short leg would not have enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was just how quickly he transferred the weight and trusting the hands as well. The end of that Warrican over. 4 runs from it, in fact 5. The score is now 91 for 2.
And Clark has been the star of the night so far, but just having a look at Eiffel on debut. Certainly looks to have a pretty good approach, nice rhythm, attacks the crease, really gets through his action nicely.
I love how you said star of the night, because I think that's usually when the stars come out. But now he certainly shined here tonight, Rivaldo Clark. And we think about batters who've been able to get set. Can he get himself towards that big total? Can he get himself, first of all, to the end of play today, and then, like I said, get himself to that 3-figure mark, and beyond that, carry on. Think about what Brathwaite was able to do with that double.
Yeah, I'm sure that Clark would have stood in the field for those 130 odd overs and thought to himself, I can't wait to get my chance. I've seen a few people get starts and spoil it. I certainly want to do something similar to what Craig Brathwaite has done. My team will really appreciate it. But of course, it goes in steps. He's been scoring at a fair clip. His 56 has come off just 64 deliveries, and all authentic shots as well. So. Eiffel will be happy to get this period of play out of the way. It's always a little tricky on debut. He wasn't given a new ball, so he had a little bit of time to settle, but not to mention a day and a half with the legs up. But I think he's done enough to impress with what he's capable of doing. At least he has some measure of control of his line. The fast bowler, you don't worry too much about the length. Sometimes it'll be short, sometimes it'll be full, but with the extra pace, you can do the batsman. I think he's fortunate to have a slightly truncated period of play where he can get some rest after a couple of hours. Again, we see him hurrying the batter. And Clark just negotiates that one, but you're seeing enough evidence of that bit of extra pace. So that's 28 overs completed. And the Academy now 92 for 2.
Jamal Warrican to continue. As I say goodnight now to Andrew Mason.
Good night to you, my friend. This has been a good response, having lost 2 wickets cheaply. These 2 batsmen have settled quite nicely. Clark has been brilliant with his stroke play. Jasasar has been very stout in his defence. On the lights, Barbados would have been expecting by now to have picked up maybe 4 or 5 wickets. That has not happened. Congratulations to the Academy. They batted well so far. Warrican, who did so very well in Pakistan, 19 wickets in 2 matches. Looking to get a scalp or 2 before the close.
Yeah, that certainly would be the plan. But on the flip side of things, you just wonder, can this partnership continue? We talked about wanting to see the signs from these young players of standing tall and standing the tests that's presented to them. Thus far, they're doing the job between Clark and Jagasar. 29 gone, 92 for 2. Into 7th over. Now Eiffel broke it up across 2 spells. Barbados Pride would have probably been hoping maybe 1 or 2 more at this stage in terms of wickets. Lovely shot from Jagasar. He's been quiet for some time. But those are the strokes that he possesses.
Yep. Beautifully driven to cover. More pitched up and stroked away beautifully. Elbows well cocked as he got that through extra cover. And the timing was impeccable as well.
Tries to go again this time though. Misses it outside of the off stump.
That often happens. Having driven the ball beautifully to the cover area. Just feel that you can just go again. And that was a naughty shot. He could have edged that to the keeper. But from what I've seen of him, he's got good defense. He's not a bad player at all. By any stretch of the imagination. I like him actually.
Nearly stuffed down the leg side on that occasion. Probably just trying to go a bit too fine. Jagassar, nothing on it. But yeah, he's really looked good. At the crease, started well, started solid. Yes, he pushed out at one and got a edge. It flew through the slips. But like I mentioned earlier, when you're playing in situations like these, you need a bit of luck to go on your side. And he got that luck relatively early, and thus far he's capitalized on it. Still a long ways to go though. Still a lot of time left to bat. A bit of a conversation now, and I think that Rivaldo Clark will probably be telling him that. It's a case of we've done the hard yards, we've done the hard work. Let's not undo it now as we get towards the end of the session. Unofficially, we're looking at probably another 25 minutes of play, but obviously the overs come into the conversation as well. But you know, can we get ourselves to the end of play? That will be a moral victory for the West Indies Academy. Can he get himself, can he earn the right to bat in the sunshine tomorrow, Justin Jagassar? 30 overs bowled, it's 97 for 2.
We haven't seen the off spinner yet in holder. Ford has been decent, 1 for 28. Simmons 1 for 24, the wicket takers. I would think that Warkan could bowl towards the end. He's a senior bowler. Hasn't gotten a great deal of purchase on a pitch which is pretty flat. So Warkan to continue. Hasn't bowled a lot to Jagassar.
This one looks a lot closer, but turned down again by umpire Williams. A question being asked of the impact.
That's interesting. That look a pretty good shout to me. Was he struck on the back foot there? That was pretty close.
Struck on that front pan. I just wonder if maybe the conversation in the umpire's mind was that it didn't begin to straighten enough, and because of that, on the angle going down the leg side.
Warkan didn't seem too upset with the decision of the umpire. You can get that in terms of the body language. He had an appeal, and once the umpire said no, now they decide to put the silly point in. And in my view, that should have been from the very first ball Warkan bowled today. Create some pressure to these batsmen. and immediately goes back. That silly point, forward short leg, I'm a big believer in it. But he's got to get the length. He's got to bring the batsman onto the front foot here. It's something that a lot of West Indian spinners don't like to do. They don't like to have the silly point and forward short leg. And Warkan did it successfully in Pakistan. Of course, the conditions were different. Now, it creates that doubt, and all of a sudden, with the silly point in, he doesn't look the same player.
31 overs bowled. It's 97 for 2.
So we spoke about spin coming from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end. It's going to be Shem Holder to come into the attack with his off breaks. Was not originally in the side, but because of an injury to Javed Leacock, the leg spinner, and J.R. McAllister, he came in to the team. So he'll come in to see what he can do. But this is a goodish response, if one cares to describe it like that. Rafael de Klerk, 57, has batted very well. He's found a good partner in Justin Justice. He's looked good as well. And they trail by 484, but they will want to get through this period and come back and bat in the sunshine tomorrow. We shall see. So we got to have spin from both ends now, with the off-spinner Holder coming into the attack. And one would think these two will possibly go to the close. Barbados need a wicket or two before the close as well. On the other hand, the Academy looking to ensure that they come back just having lost just 2 wickets.
So set now for the off spin of Shem Holder. A bit of turn, but navigated and steered towards that cover boundary.
So the 100 has come with the board. Now, that was almost like a medium pace delivery, short, meat and drink really. And gift accepted. Very ordinary delivery and punished to the offside for 4 by a very attractive batsman in Rafael de Klerk. It's always good to see him bat. He times the ball so beautifully. Good player spin as well. Got a chance to see him in the local competition. Plays for Gladiola, which is one of the teams in the elite division.
What I love about this innings from his shot selection and how patient he's been waiting for deliveries that he can capitalize on. Anything that was too short, it got deep into his crease. He manipulated it, collected ones, collected the occasional boundaries.
When he's able to push that ball down to long on, no, I would be challenging him to go over the top. Pull the long on into mid-on. I suppose the modern-day captains nowadays, as I've said before, they tend to be a lot more defensive. Now the mid-on is in. but for a different batsman. Warkan made a meal of that, allows the batsman to get a single. So the over comes to an end. Good response. These two have batted very well. The Academy 103 for 2. So let's look at this field here employed by the left arm spinner Walker. He's got the slip in. There's the forward short leg and the silly point. No long on. There's a mid on. There's a mid off, short extra cover and a cover. Looking to get the batsman on the front foot here.
Just beats him outside of the outside of the bat. Not something that we've seen too often in this game. A few moments from Joshua Bishop. Now Warkan.
Yeah, the important thing here for Warkan is the length. Bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Keeping the pressure on here. That's the length of the ball. Right on target. In Pakistan, he talked about slowing it considerably, and as a result, he got a lot of success, giving the ball some air. Look at that, beautifully bowled by Warkan.
Maiden over completed. It remains 103 for 2. So we're drawing close towards the end of play on day number 2. And it's a day began with Barbados pride large and in charge in terms of the time that they batted, the runs that they put on. But almost attempted to bring some balance back to the contest. And yes, still some distance away, but this partnership was much needed from the West Indies Academy.
Holder comes from the Spartan Club in Queen's Park, club that was produced Tony Howard and Henderson Springer, two very good off spinners. And of course, when you talk about leg spin, the late David Holford and the late George Linton would have also played for the Spartan side.
Back-to-back maiden overs. It remains 103 for 2.
I think that Barbados would be disappointed about not getting wickets under the lights, but you've got to give credit to these two batsmen. They've done a very good job indeed. Barbados on the attack with a foreman round the back, like a vulture looking to pounce on prey. That ball was given a lot of air, a bit slow, bringing the batsman on the front foot, and was beaten. Reminds me of when he bowled in Pakistan. Of course, the pitch gave a lot more assistance.
What I've loved about the way Jagisar and Clark have gone about batting Jamel Warrican is just simply how they've trusted their defence. Very often, when players come up against relatively good and great spinners, especially in the Caribbean, you find that they begin not to trust their defence, begin to chip at anything, begin to sweep at everything, and find themselves in positions that they don't need to be. But both Jagisar and Clark have been confident in the way they've come forward. They've been confident in the way they've used the depth of their crease and gone back as well. I think that is a standout factor for me in the way they've played this spin so far.
Another maiden over. Suppose the two batsmen are looking to shut up shop, as they would say, come back and battle away for the academy. They've done a good job in pursuit of a big score by Barbados, 581 for 9. 103 for 2. Too short. And punched away through the offside. That's going to go for 4. Meat and drink, really. Well played by Clark.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about when I talked about use of the depth of the crease by these batters, especially Rivaldo Clark. It's just how quickly he's able to transfer that weight onto the back foot, gets himself into a good position, opening up that offside with a bit of wrist work as well. He's really looking the part here.
I still think Barbados at this stage should be attacking a bit more. I'll explain after this delivery. No, yes, they've done well. They're looking just to come back tomorrow. If the bad ball comes on, to put it away. But I certainly would have maybe the silly point forward shoulder, even a leg step at this stage. Let's look at this field. There's a long on, there's a mid-wicket, short. There's also square leg about 50 meters inside the boundary. And there's also fielder on the cover point boundary. Now have men wrong the bat and chirping. That's when you need to be aggressive here, in my view.
Well, after conversation, there's going to be a change in the field.
They'll always get a single there. I just think that at this stage you got to attack, really. And, you know, sometimes putting the city point in forward short leg is about the psychology of the game. And very often batsmen, someone in the eye line, they don't like it at all. You got 581 runs on the board. surely I would think, looking for a wicket, you'll want to attack a bit more here, in my view.
He's gone through the defences. The off-spin of Shem Holder is the undoing of Justin Jagassar.
Yeah, he's going back to Burden for 26. We'll be a bit disappointed about that. Coming forward right through the gate. Beautifully bowled, the off break. And I'm sure when Sam Holder sees that tonight, he'll be happy. Here we go. Through that gate, bang onto the stumps. And it came against the run of play because these two were batting quite comfortably. And it makes the situation different now with that wicket. Barbados would be quite happy to have picked up a wicket just before the close. And that did pretty well, really. Looks as if a night watchman will come to the crease. Blades is going to come. But a good wicket from Holder. And that's what Barbados needed before the close. 115 for 2 at the end of the day's play to say, well, but 108 for 3. And with the possibility with the night watchman coming to the crease, you never know. Another wicket or 2. We shall see. Now, the captain decides to put the silly point in, the forward short leg, and I would imagine the leg slip will come in as well.
Things will get very interesting here in the last few minutes of play on day number 2. Night watchman and Jedediah Blades at the crease. And just when you thought that the pair of Jagassar and Clark would make it to the close of play, an opportunity has presented itself. Tails are up and looking for another one here, Barbados Pride. A successful over for Shem Holder and Barbados Pride. It's 108 for 3.
So Clark decides to allow the night watchman to face up to work. And the first ball, he pushed down to backward point and took the single. I suppose that's why the night watchman is there, to protect the batsman. Always a theory about that. Some people feel that, look, I just want to try and bat and maybe give a single at the 5th ball, but he's not done that. He's decided to give him a single off the first ball. So Workin has an opportunity here against Blades.
Just needs to repeat 3 words in his head. Trust my defense. Can Blades do it?
Well, he's got a very aggressive, as you would expect, towards the end of the day. Just a couple of minutes before we say good night. Can Blades survive here? Defense has been good so far, coming onto the front foot. So he's got, what, 2 balls to negotiate? We'll never have a problem with that. The length was not the right one. It was short. This is not the type of Pakistan pitch that the ball is spin and bounce. To me, that was the best ball of the over. It was given lots of air, and it found the outside edge. But importantly, Blades was able to survive 109 for 3.
A bit of a conversation between Clark and Blades. It's just a case of utilizing a bit of the time. In fact, when I think about overs, maybe about 2, if my calculation is correct, left to be bowled. As the umpires once again now just converging.
Now, interesting, what they've done here, that I suppose they're asking Clark, look, if you want to give him the single, give him that single, because when you look at the field, there's a slip, there's a short gully, there's a forward shot, but then there's a gap between extra cover, and there's a fielder about 20 meters inside the extra cover boundary, and the mid-on is deep. There's also a field at forward square about 50 meters inside the boundary. So the single is an offer here. He takes it off the second ball, so he allows Blades to try to negotiate 4 deliveries here. Barbados will attack, there's no question about that. Let's look at the field. You'd expect the silly point, the forward short leg, the slip, and the leg slip as well. So there are 4 men round the bat waiting, and also the short mid-wicket. No, that was almost a medium pace delivery. That's your kind of delivery there, Joel. Ball at YMPC in Beckles Road, and that was not the best.
Yeah, much better on that occasion. Probably just looking for that quicker, flatter one, and hopefully, it kept low. Is where my mind was thinking when he bowled that first delivery to Blades.
So Blades get off the mark, and it means now that Clark will have 2 balls to negotiate. What would he do here? Would he look for the single? So far, Blades has batted pretty well. He's faced 10 balls.
He's been able to get some purchase out of this surface shim holder. 38 gone, 111 for 3. Looking to get the field right here, Barbados Pride. I think by my calculations, this could potentially be the last over of today's play. Just have to wonder if my calculations are correct, though. Umpire Williams just allowing McCaskey to know he's getting just onto a bit of the pitch. Negotiated again by Blades. 3 deliveries left, and this Warwick can over to contend with.
Well, he had a chance to catch it. I think he dropped it actually. It came out. Wow. Right at silly point. In and out.
Well, that would have been a cherry on top of the pie for the Barbados Pride had that one stuck in the hand of Zachary McCaskey. It was always going to be a challenge with how low it was to the ground, having to get that hand to stay low, slide across the ground and have it stick in. Push forward Blades, and McCaskey anticipating, just couldn't get the fingers under it. You actually saw him moving before the shot was played. As soon as Blades was striding forward, you saw him leaning in, lunging in, hoping to take that catch. Just one delivery left now from Warwick. Loud appeal. Umpire Williams says not out. So Blades survives, and they make it to the close of play as well. So West Indies Academy, the close of day number 2, find themselves at 111 for 3.
I think in the circumstances they've done well not to have lost more wickets under the lights here, because Barbados would have been expecting to have picked up maybe 5 or 6 wickets. But that man, Rivaldo Clark, batted very well under the lights. And it's really, when you look at a player with immense ability, I thought as well Blades survived quite nicely. And in the end, overall Barbados on a very strong position. But they would have been expected more. 111 for 3 in response to a big score, 581 for 9 declared. Interesting second day.
Yeah, very interesting second day indeed right here. Things started, as we mentioned, with Barbados 581 for 9 declared. A couple early chances in the innings of the West Indies Academy. The first wicket to go though, Akeem Ogis, and he'll be slightly disappointed with the manner in which he fell at Captain Teddy Bishop. He too didn't trouble the scores much here today. He would have judged LBW. 2 wickets down and early pressure on to the West Indies Academy, but then came the bat of Rivaldo Clark, and he's batted magnificently for this 69 not out, earning himself a chance to bat here tomorrow. He had a brilliant partnership along with Jagasar, who carried his bat quite well throughout the day, and together they looked as if maybe they were going to steady that ship, take the West Indies Academy all the way towards the end of play. Really timed the shots well, especially to the spinners, did Rivaldo Clark. Used his crease well, got back and pumped them to all parts of the ground. He's someone they'll be looking to see here tomorrow in the sunshine at Kensington Oval. Then Shem Holder was brought into the attack. You just said maybe the off-spinner might not be the one to do the trick, given it was 2 right-handers at the crease. Things were looking easy. They were looking set. But then the wicket of Jagasar playing forward, and just a bit of turn took that one in between bat and pad, crashing into the off-stump. And that was the final wicket to fall for today, placing them at 111 for 3.
Yeah, very interesting in terms of the day's play. There's no question about that. And as I said, Barbados picking up 2 wickets would be looking for more. But you've got to give credit to the academy. I thought they batted very well under the lights. And there's no question about Rivaldo Clark. He's got a lot of ability. He will want to come back, Joel Manning, tomorrow and really do a good job for the academy. But in terms of trailing 470 runs, a very interesting second day.
Yeah, very interesting indeed, and sets up what we consider to be moving day in terms of day 3 coming up tomorrow right here at Kensington Oval. So the position of the game, West Indies Academy, they still trail by some 470 runs. But what they have is 2 sessions in the sunshine tomorrow, Andrew, and they've got 1 set batter there in Rivaldo Clark. Just very quickly, Andrew, how do you think that approach from Clark will be tomorrow?
Well, first of all, he's going to have the sunlight. The action starts at 1 o'clock. Barbados' bowling has been just thereabouts. It's going to be interesting to see what Warrican does tomorrow. He's been brilliant. Left arm spin, hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. I like the looks of Eiffel, although he hasn't had a wicket. And I think that first period of cricket is going to be of vital importance. But at the end of the day, 111 for 3, in my view, represents a pretty good fight by the academy. They've got a big mountain to climb.
Well, there you have it. That's the end of play here at Kensington Oval. We say thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you right back here, same place, 1 p.m. tomorrow.